አንተ ማውራኛ በማይክ ድምፅ እየተላለፈ እንደሆነ እንድሰማ።
ቴስት ይሰማሃል?
እውነት ነው። እርግጥ
በቃ ከተሰማ ጥሩ ነው።
በቃ ና ሻያችንን ጠጣ።
Hello. Sorry for my voice. Excuse me, is anyone is there? Hello.
Okay, I think we're about ready to get started. Can you all hear me? All right. Thank you so much for attending. It's Friday, the last day of a very long and exhausting IGF. So you are all really wonderful for showing up at 9:30 in the morning, especially to talk about research, which I think many of you might think is boring, but I'm really excited about. So I hope we have some fun today. My name is Laura Schwartz-Henderson. I'm a research and advocacy advisor at Internews, and I work on a project called Optima, which I will... Now it's not working. There we go. Which is a project that works with advocacy communities in different countries around the world to build skills and resources to respond to internet shutdowns, to predict, prevent, and develop advocacy in the long term. And what we'll talk about today are some country needs assessments that we've conducted over the past 6 to 9 months. And those needs assessments really feed into everything that we do as part of this project in the countries we're working with. As part of that, each country has a national prepare and prevent network, which I'll allow all of our panelists to talk about a little bit more because they are the ones who are making those networks happen. We also implement trainings specifically on network measurement and have a number of resources available. And the needs assessments feed directly into 1 to 2 year advocacy campaigns that were developed as part of this process. And then that all feeds into an internet shutdown toolkit that we have online. You can check it out. It's at preparepreventresist.org, as well as a small grants program. So people can apply to create a resource that responds to some of the needs we've identified as part of this research. But also who we are is all of the organizations that we work with. Right now we're working in 4 countries. In India we're working with the Bak Chao Project and SFLC. On the panel today we have Chinmayi from Bak Chao. Radhika from SFLC is also in the room, and I just want to give a shout out to Torsha Sakar from CIS, who was a main author on this project as well. In Senegal, we're working with an organization called Junction, and Computech, and Dauda here is our representative of both institutions. In Tanzania, we're working with Change Tanzania and Internet Society Tanzania. We have Mesha Baba here, as well as Nazar, I believe, from Internet Society. And then in Bangladesh, last but not least, we're working with Voice and Digitally Right, and Miraj Chowdhury is here as well representing. Rebecca Rayakimbo, who is also one of the main authors on the Tanzania report, will be presenting the findings today. So this clicker goes a little slow. Yes, and if you are here in the room and not tuning in online, we have summary reports. So all of the reports are between 30 and 60 pages, and we didn't want to make you all read all of those, so we've printed out 5 to 6 page summary reports for each of the country reports over there, and we encourage you to take those with you. Thank you, Miraj. So why are we doing all of this? When we have been working with a number of actors who work on internet shutdowns, we were thinking about some of the problems that advocates face. One of those being not all shutdowns are the same. Sometimes we talk about internet shutdowns as if they happen the same in all places, but technically they happen in a lot of different ways. You can have full blackouts, you can have the network throttled and slowed, you can block specific platforms, messaging services, and then the political context is really different. You'll notice that the 4 countries that we're working in, 2 of them have legal systems and more democratic operating environments, and 2, it's a little bit harder for advocates to work with government and talk about why internet shutdowns are probably not the best way to go about things. So we wanted to think through what does nuance look like. And then there are a lot of different stakeholders involved. It's roaming. Okay, there are a lot of different stakeholders involved in shutdowns and impacted by shutdowns. So obviously government is a huge stakeholder in this work, as well as ISPs. And the people we think about in this community are activists, lawyers, journalists, technologists. But it's important to keep in mind that everybody is impacted. So there's also banking sectors, mobile finance, basically any industry that's reliant on the internet, people who are trying to communicate with their families abroad. Everyone is a stakeholder in internet shutdown. But not everyone thinks about themselves as being a part of pushing back or knowing how to prepare for when a shutdown happens. And then the last one, which you can't see, I don't know why the slides aren't showing it, but often when we do this kind of work and this kind of advocacy, we're in rapid response mode. Shutdowns often happen around crises. Governments are using them to control a situation. They happen around elections. So sometimes we can anticipate them, sometimes we think we can, and we start mobilizing a few months in advance, but it's not a lot of lead time. So what we found is that civil society often doesn't really have the expertise and capacity to fight shutdowns before they happen. So it's a bit of a chicken and the egg. Let's see if this clicker wants to work. There we go. So what are these community needs assessments? We wanted to understand civil society and a variety of stakeholders' perceived risks around shutdowns. Do they think that shutdowns are coming up? What were their experiences in past shutdowns? As well as what the existing technological and political context is. We also wanted to know what they think their skill and resource gaps are for better doing this kind of advocacy, and also what their needs are. And how we as a wider global community can build resources and support mechanisms. And then finally, as I said before, with so many stakeholders invested in the internet staying on, especially during crisis, we want to understand how to broaden coalitions, improve stakeholder outreach, and build more sustainable campaigns. So this slide is about our methodology. I'm a research nerd. I know most people don't care about methodology, but I'm pretty excited about this work because we wanted to really bring in a participatory design. And so this research was done in stages. We first ran a survey. We did a snowball sample, so we really tried to get specific stakeholder groups that are both involved in internet shutdown processes, but also impacted. And then we followed up, once we did the initial analysis of those surveys, we ran workshops in a focus group setting and talked to people about the findings that we had. We wanted to understand what some disagreements might be amongst groups. We wanted to get at a little bit more nuance. I don't know why this keeps skipping ahead. And then finally, as part of that, we had co-design workshops. And a co-design workshop is kind of borrowed from the UX community. It allows for people who are involved in processes to be more involved in designing the outcomes than they might normally. And one thing that happens a lot in this space is because advocacy is so rapid response, we presume what is needed. And so in this case, we really wanted impacted communities to tell us what they needed. So that co-design process happened where everyone who was involved in the research told us how they wanted to respond to the strategic priorities and set advocacy goals. And we'll talk more about that in all of the countries. So I'm going to stop there. I'm always happy to talk about methods. So if anybody has questions in the Q&A about that, I'm really happy to do that. But I'm going to pass it over now to Miraj Chowdhury from Digitally Right to talk a little bit about the findings from the Bangladesh report.
Thank you, Laura. It is a pleasure to be here. I'll be brief. We did this research in a 6 months of period. It was quite a long time. We consulted different people and organizations. But here you can see an overview. From 2012 to April 2022, we have seen at least 17 internet shutdowns of different types in Bangladesh. Right now when I'm talking, and just in this month, from October 23 to November, end of the November, we have seen at least 4 throttling events targeting political rallies in local areas. So I think it tells you that that internet shutdown is nothing very rare in Bangladesh, rather it is very common and it happens almost regularly and it is growing. Yeah. So far we have seen that the main approach of throttling in the case of Bangladesh, throttling is the main approach of internet censorship in Bangladesh, and it is, we can see that it is growing since 2018. And we know that there is an election in 2024. We have seen that there was nationwide internet throttling in the 2018 election, so there is risk that in January 2024 there will be more events of censorships. So in the 17 cases, we have seen that government justification for this kind of restriction has been national security, technical problems, and disinformation, like containing disinformation, whereas all these events were mostly targeting protest, political tension, and particularly communal riots that was hyper-local and sometimes local. So when this is the trend, we can talk about, like Lara already told about the methodology. So there was workshop, there was survey, there was consultations, but what you see, the result we are going to see right now is a outcome of talking with 100 different people from different organizations. And they are mostly from civil society. There are male, female respondents, and there are journalists and students as well. I would like to focus now on mostly the what we found in the research. You can see that if you go, yes. So the people we surveyed, 88% said that they had experienced internet shutdown in past 3 years. And shutdown, when we asked, like both in workshops and in surveys, when we asked like what are the impacts of shutdown, so most said that it is business and economy, because Bangladesh has a growing digital economy, and you know the freelancing and business process outsourcing has become one of the largest foreign currency earner for Bangladesh. So I think it is one of the biggest sectors that is being impacted by internet shutdowns in different areas. And unlike many other industries, this IT-based workers are spread across the country, irrespective of region and irrespective of geography. So they are the most impacted, and it is also reflected in the survey. But what we also learned that it has economic impact, it has impact on speech, because most of the shutdowns actually were targeting political protest. And when opposition, even students try to protest on social issues, we have seen there were throttling and blocking events. So does shutdown really contain disinformation? Our workshop suggests no, because we most of them said, like even the minorities, when there was communal riot, so when there is a shutdown, actually they don't get the proper information. When there is no internet, in their phone, what they're receiving is the misinformation or disinformation that created that political riot or communal riot. So this has been one of the key findings, whereas one of the key justification of internet shutdown is containing disinformation. So going further on why it happens, 63% view there are laws that enable internet shutdowns in Bangladesh, which is the Telecommunications Act and partly other acts as well, that says when there is national security issue, if government asks, you have to shut down internet. And we have also seen that whenever there is a shutdown, there is no accountability, because neither the telecom operators, service providers, nor the government issues any statement that we are shutting down internet or throttling internet for this reason or that reason. So advocacy capacity, only 6% of the respondents, you can see that they're prepared for past shutdowns. They're not prepared when there were shutdown events. And you know, there are future risks. I have already told about this. There are elections. This is a very turbulent time. There will be political events. And I told you that there were 4 internet throttling events targeting political rally in just 1 month. So it is growing. And civil society doesn't have that capacity, not only technical capacity, but also a greater understanding of digital rights. So whenever there is any internet shutdown, incidents, we don't see much talk about this. Only newspapers are reporting that, yeah, internet speed is low in that area or this area, but there is not a common consensus or understanding among the civil society that this is an important and this should stop. And this is one of the reasons why there is not enough research on this space so that they can take their argument to the authorities and service providers that this is how it is impacting our society. So I think this is one of the needs that came out in our particular work, that people need more technical training of network measurement so that they can document and create materials of informed advocacy, so that you can take these discussions to different level. So there are greater awareness among not only the policymakers but also the people that this is bad. Actually, internet shutdown is a violation of right. So also that civil society, not only technical capacity, but also there is a greater need for understanding that civil society needs more understanding about digital rights issues as well. Bangladesh doesn't have any digital rights community. What is the positive side on circumvention? Most people use VPN. They know how to use VPN, and we have seen it across different ages, male, female. Mostly urban people, they are using VPN circumvention, but they are not responding to such shutdowns in situations that to create advocacy in the national level. If you go to the next slide, Laura. So recommendation, so I touched this a bit. So build digital rights capacity among communities, and we need to support, we are also already trying, but we need to support to create volunteers who can measure internet shutdowns and create reports. We need to document the impact of internet shutdowns, which is currently absent, and so it helps in informed advocacies and taking grassroots level impacts to the greater policy debate. And we should also include the vulnerable communities because we have seen that particularly in the remote areas, even if there is a shutdown, that is never reported. And that is why in cities people can talk about this, but for these communities no one talks about them. And so we need to document these cases and bring their voices into this discussion. And Bangla is a pretty dominant language, you know, people speak in Bangladesh, in Bangla, so we believe that if you want to take this internet shutdown advocacy forward, we need resources localized and contextualized that needs to be developed. And the key finding, I want to end with this, like for a country like Bangladesh, internet shutdown advocacy, we need to start from the scratch.
Thank you, Miraj. I will pass the mic over to Dauda Diagmi, who will be talking about the findings from our Senegal report.
Thank you so much, Laura. Thank you all for being here and listening to us on the great work that we did with engineers. I'm going to share a quick overview on Senegal, which is a peaceful country and with a vibrant democracy and a lot of internet users, because our population is around 15 million, and 12 million of them are using internet, and 97 and 0.36 are mobile users. They use internet for mobile users, because we have a high rate of internet penetration and a high rate of mobile devices penetration also. As I said earlier, we've seen in Africa as the most vibrant and stable democracy in Africa. This doesn't mean that we cannot face internet shutdowns, okay? Because we have, the government is talking about, for example, regulating the social medias. We have some signs that shows that we can face shutdown. And the main one that we faced was in March 21, where we have when we have protests and around the whole country, and social media platform was shut down, was blocked, because mostly people and young people was using that to communicate and to give their positions on what and information on what they're going to do during the day and where location they are, and yeah, to threaten the protest. Unfortunately, that shutdown was not well documented, because we'll see it further in that presentation that we were not prepared for that, and we do not have skills or persons on the ground to document that shutdown. And we have some, like I said, we have some signs that will that is showing that we can face some shutdowns in the future, because we have upcoming election in 2024, yeah, this is possible. As Laura mentioned earlier, we did the same. We followed the same methodology. Okay, conducting a survey, 1 month survey during March 22, where we targeted at least 70 people, different stakeholders, and then we have 56 responses. That was very interesting, and that made us organize a co-design workshop and focus groups in Dakar to gather those respondents and discuss the findings of that survey. And we found that, for example, large majority of those people who responded live in the capital city, Dakar, and only 31 of them were females. And as I said, we targeted several stakeholders, private sectors, businesses, technologists, activists, etc. Go ahead. Thank you. And regarding what we found during that that survey and confirmed during the workshop, we found that civil society is not very well prepared on that, on internet. And that's why we don't have a lot of clear data on those shutdowns, mainly on the one happened in 2021. People don't know if the shutdown occurred or not. When the internet is not working, they just wear the hat to the operator. They said, this is technical, okay? And it may be a shutdown. So, but we can know if it is ordered shutdown or technical, because as I mentioned, we don't have the skills on the ground to show to show if it is technical or ordered. Okay, and that's why we have a lot of confusions on that survey, on the response from the survey and from the workshop, because 90% reported they do not know how shutdown occurred, if it is technical or legally ordered. Okay, because on that shutdown we have no communication, none from the government, neither from the government, nor from the operator. Okay, so and we are 64% of those respondents and those who participated in the workshop are sure that it is likely that we'll have shutdowns in the next future. Sorry? Oh, it's unlikely. I'm sorry. It's the opposite. You're right. And I'm reading it is in front of me. And we have also found that it is likely that we will face significant worries about some internet censorship and shutdowns during the next election upcoming in 2024. Civil society is not well prepared for that. So that's why when that shutdown occurred in 2021, well, we were really surprised. We got surprised, and a lot of activities were blocked. Journalists could not make their online papers. businesses were blocked, and it was a great deal. And during that survey and workshop, we found that only 6% reported that civil society was prepared, which is very few. So we need to increase the capacity of the civil society. Only 32% use VPN. So this means that using circumvention tools is very few in Senegal, and we don't. Most of the people don't know how to use them, which is very, 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 very important. Also, regarding network measurement, it's a problem. It's a problem because we don't have the capacity. Okay, we don't have the capacity. It means that the technology is here, but we don't know how to use them. We don't know. People are not aware of the availability of those technologies to measure the network. So there is a big job to do on that point also. And if there is a shutdown, we cannot litigate. Okay, there is no capacity of litigation on that issues. So also it was some of the main findings of the survey and the workshop. And then moving to the recommendations just quickly, the main points are just we need to build capacities for civil society, for people on the ground to be able to measure the network, to be able to know if the shutdown is technical or legally ordered, and prepare them, okay, for next shutdowns. So that's why we built a network, prevent and prepare network, which has been built just after the workshop, and we are working around that to deliver some activities next in a few months through Senegal to raise awareness, to train people on how to measure the network and how to use circumvention tools. So we're going to build that network and build also capacity on those two main points. We're also going to build capacity on litigation, but we face some laws. Okay, we don't have a specific law on internet shutdown, but we have laws that can let the government shut down the internet. We have the press code, we have the telecom code, okay, which can be used like for security reason to shut down the internet. And I'll finish by just sharing the statement from one of those of the participants at the workshop who said that all the lights are green for a shutdown in the next coming years in Senegal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dauda.
Thank you.
And now we're going to move on to India, and Chinmayi from the Bakchal project will be presenting the research findings. As many of you know, India is an exceptional country when it comes to shutdowns, so there's a lot of information. This is the longest report as well. Lots of work went into this.
Hello, everyone. So I'm going to be talking about internet shutdowns in India and our work, that is the Bachao project work, the SFLC work, and Tosha's work with respect to the needs assessment in India. We all know India is actually one of the leaders for internet shutdowns. Just in 2021 alone, there was like 106 shutdowns. So we have a lot of internet shutdowns. And these internet shutdowns have been in various parts of the country. It's not in one place, but it's distributed around the country. And it's for various reasons. Some of it is for law enforcement. Some of it is for checking on cheating on exams. Some of it is for probably preventing like conflicts during elections. So it's a various, the shutdowns are used for various things. One other thing to be noted about India is that we are on an index where we are declining media freedom. So when you look over the years and when you look at the digital rights space in India, we see that the media freedom is decreasing, internet censorship is increasing, and that's a reality we live in. Apart from this, we do have certain laws which enable censorship, which enable shutdowns. So this also adds to an easy access to using shutdowns as a tool to prevent certain or rather like to use it for certain scenarios, I would say. So given this the context, we wanted to understand more about how it's affecting people in India, and we wanted to build and plan based on how people are affected and what their needs are, essentially. So that's where we went on to build this methodology. Of course, like we use the same methodology that Optima built out to start with. That is, we had surveys, we had interviews, and then we had the co-design workshop. And in the surveys, there were like 60 respondents, and the interviews that were done individually, that was 26 interviews. The reason we had interviews in addition to the survey was because surveys just reached out to the English-speaking respondents, but we also needed to include people who not necessarily are comfortable with English, but have different language speaking abilities. So, and also sometimes it's very difficult to access a survey in a place where the bandwidth is not right. So we needed that access to be available for people who did not have that bandwidth. So we did interviews as an addition to the surveys. And the third thing that we did was co-design workshops. We did 4 workshops in 4 corners of the country, one in the north, Delhi, one in south, Hyderabad. Then we did one in the west, which was in Jaipur, and one in the east, which was in Guwahati. There's a reason for the location of these workshops, which I'll speak further as well. And then in these workshops, we definitely shared what we learned from the surveys and the interviews, and asked the participants of the workshops if they found these findings to be coherent with their experiences, or there was something differing from their experiences, and we recorded those. And essentially, like, we were able to involve 14 states, people from 14 states in India, and we had a lot of students involved in this, but we also had civil society, we had researchers, we had journalists, we had women who worked on gender rights, who worked on also people who worked in right to food, all of that. So we had 36% of them who identified as minority, linguistic, ethnic, caste, or religious group. So we could increase that, and we should increase that, but this was a start. In the workshops that we did, we were very intentional in terms of including people who were affected by shutdowns, who had seen shutdowns and interacted with shutdowns. So they had lived through shutdowns, and they had either interacted with the ISPs, or they interacted with the courts and challenged shutdowns in some cases, talked to people who were affected by shutdowns and were trying to circumvent shutdown or find ways to address the needs during shutdowns. So we try to invite all these participants, and we try to invite people from all the states. Like we said, we had people from 14 states, and that was intentional. We wanted people from every affected community to try and be there. So we wanted to support them to come to these workshops, and we had smaller groups in the workshops, so discussions could be free-flowing, and there were very less barriers to discussions, so that was also one of the things. And these were 2-day workshops, so we also in these workshops talk to them about if they wanted to learn something, if they wanted to have other conversations around shutdowns, and also provided the space for them so they could think about their needs without having to think about, oh, I have to think about my needs in 1 hour or 5 minutes or 10 minutes. So they could articulate their needs well in these workshops. Yeah. So here are key findings from India. The respondents, and this could be like a little bit of bias because we intentionally sought out people who had experienced shutdowns. So the respondents, 76% of the respondents had experienced at least one internet shutdown in the past 3 years. And of course, like there were certain states and communities which were having more shutdowns than others. Jammu and Kashmir had the longest shutdown in Indian history, and followed. They also had like a lot of shutdowns. Then Assam, Manipur, West Bengal, and Uttar Pradesh and Haryana, they had more shutdowns. Rajasthan also followed it. So we also found that even though a state had a shutdown, it's not necessarily the whole state had a shutdown, right? So in some of our workshops, when we were talking to people, two people from the same state, but maybe from different cities, had various, like they had different experiences of shutdown. Some had more, some had less, and some did not even know the existence of a shutdown. So that was it. Then when it comes to the technical and legal understanding, there were a fair bit of people who knew how to interact with the legal system, but only 38% considered themselves to be shutdown experts. 60% were familiar with the shutdowns, but a lot of people who we spoke to did not understand like how they were implemented, or what are the what are the laws that they have to be used for implementing shutdowns and all of that. So there was a little bit of less understanding in terms of technology that is used for shutdowns, and how do they work with it. Yeah, shutdowns, like I mentioned, they occurred for many reasons. That's protest, communal violence, and to control cheating in exams. So we figured that the capacity, around capacity, we saw that that only certain pockets of like the country had certain capacities. So only certain places people had the understanding of fighting shutdowns. And when it comes to network measurement, there was only like 33% reporting capacity, but I also think this is quite high. This is very few people knew how to use network measurement tools or report on shutdowns. We do have a shutdown tracker in India, which is run by SFLC, so that does a very good job of documenting the shutdowns. So that's one thing. However, like when you looked at like network measurement tools, and when you spoke about specific tools, like people were not very aware of what tools to use or how to go about doing this, which is kind of expected, given that we had participants from different parts of the country and not just like these pockets. So that's one. One good thing with India is that we've been able to engage in litigation, and we've been able to work with the courts. Like we've been able to file cases to questioning the necessity and proportionality of shutdowns, and the courts have been able to look at them. Sometimes they've not been able to look at them because the duration of the shutdown is quite low, but in some cases they have been able to give good judgments around shutdowns, so that was there. When it came to circumvention, though the awareness was high, the usage was low. One of the things, there was like concerns about usage of the tools, and there was a lot of hesitancy in usage of any sort of circumvention tool. So that was very much expressed through our workshops, through the surveys and the interviews. Everyone expressed this. So that's something that to think about, that circumvention, when there is a need, especially in shutdowns, you have needs of medical needs, you have needs of ensuring that your loved ones are safe. So how do you provide for these needs? How do you take care of these needs when shutdowns are happening? Shutdowns don't just affect like somebody who's running a business or somebody who's working in the information technology sector. Especially with India, we have the welfare system that's tied to internet, and that does affect a lot of people's access to it, and it's also affecting people who use the internet for gig work. So there is a lot of other people who get affected, a lot of common people who get affected by internet shutdowns, and it's not a few set of people. And having a way for communication, having a way to work for the needs is important. Okay, so what are we doing? What are we planning to do? One is we definitely want to engage with more and more of people who are outside of the pockets of digital rights activists, and we want to help them understand what it is a shutdown and how what are their rights around shutdowns and like what are the laws. Understand how they can prepare for shutdowns. That's one. So that's definitely there. Then there's capacity building around measurements, because it's also important to document these events even if you're not able to fight back. It's very important to know that have the shutdowns occurred, if they've occurred, like are they affecting people or not. So essentially building around measurement or documenting the shutdowns. And also we're thinking about are even the circumvention tools working, or do they even work with the context that we work with. So that's something that we want to try and see. And the most important part of what we want to do in India is we want to support local communities, think for themselves and fight their fight, which a lot of the communities are doing. Frankly, like you might hear only from like a few organizations from India who are talking about shutdowns, but a lot of local communities are speaking to their governments, are speaking to their ISPs, are fighting in courts, so they are taking action. They are trying to avoid a situation of shutdown. So it's important that we support those local efforts. So that's what we would be prioritizing as well in India. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chinmay. We're going to move on to Tanzania. Rebecca is joining us. Rebecca Raetikimbo, who's a Mozilla Fellow. And she's joining us remotely. She was unable to make it. Rebecca, can you hear us? Can you speak?
Hi. Yes, Laura, I can hear you.
Great. So whenever you want to begin, happy to hear from you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I hope the IGF has been going well for you. I'm Rebecca from Tanzania, and I was one of the researchers working on the need assessment for Tanzania. So the case for Tanzania as well is not much different from what has been happening across different countries when it comes to shutdown. However, this was its very first shutdown that happened in 2020 during election time. And there's a lot of telltale signs that had been there previously to show that there was a possibility of a shutdown come October 2020 during Tanzania's general election. Some of these included the political context of the country at the time, when we see that between 2015 and 2018, there were a lot of restrictive legislation that were passed, and most of these legislations that were passed were inflicting on how people were able to interact online. This included things like restricting freedom of expression online through cybercrime acts, the Statistic Acts, which sort of made the government the single source of truth, the Media Service Act, which led to a lot of ban of newspapers and magazine and online media outlets, sort of stifling the media and making the press to be very suppressed. So this was one of the parts that happened, especially in terms of legislations that were passed between that period. But at the same time, there was amendments made to things such as electronic and postal access communication, which led to fines for bloggers and outlets, the licensing and the use of bloggers' fee that was brought up. This also led to restraining the sector itself, because now the content creators were sort of stifled in one corner and had to have a lot of requirements for them to be able to publish content on the space. But there was also restrictions to NGOs, amendments made to the NGOs Act that led to a number of changes to several NGOs, deregistration. There was also changes to names to NGOs. All of this sort of impacted. This context was all laying a ground to show that there were possibilities for an internet shutdown to happen in 2020. But we ushered in a new president in early 2021 after the passing of the late President Magufuli. The new president sort of brought in some kind of cautious optimism, because people were hopeful that there could be specific changes that could come up. However, people are still very cautious, and I can say they are trying to look out if there's a possibility that this could be a repeat of such, because as I mentioned earlier, the 2020 shutdown was the first of its kind for Tanzania. It had not happened before. But now, with the thought or with the knowledge that this has happened before, the communities are more thinking about what will happen in the next election and how they can be able to better prepare. So part of this survey was trying to understand that. So some indications that there is some hope, and somehow is that some of the restrictions to the media have been lifted. However, this does not justify the fact that the same laws that were used to make these oppressive decisions or cause harm still exist. So without these significant changes to laws that happen and the practices that exist within the country, there is no hope that we can 100% state for sure that during the coming election or any kind of imbalances that might face the country in the coming future might not lead to an internet shutdown. The possibility is still there. So as I said before, people are cautiously optimistic. Media and activists have kind of been taken out of prison, but the laws that put them in prison are still there. This is some quote from part of the people that spoke about the possibility of this, that if there is no significant changes to the legislation, then the hope that this won't happen again is still not there, because there's still the mechanisms that enable shutdowns. So this shutdown history itself, just to give a brief, is that these practices begin with censorship, with laws that led to a lot of censorship in terms of how NGOs operate, how political parties operate, how people interact in the cyberspace, how people share content. All of these were sort of leading towards that. And the first major one happened during the 2020 presidential election, which we know that there was a shutdown a day before the election, October 27th, and this end date between November 7th and 11th. So approximately 11 to 15 days total of an internet shutdown. This included a longer internet shutdown of the Twitter space. There was also something else that happened at that time. It was the banning of the bulk SMSs sharing. So this was also a limiting factor in terms of sharing information. So you can see the shutdown took on different approaches to it. But also VPNs were effectively banned under the Electronic and Postal Communications Act, yet again another way that legislation can be used to restrict or foster things such as shutdown and censorship. Moving on to the methodology that was used to on this needs assessment research. So there was a survey that was sent out widely on an online form, and we had about 140 respondents who responded to questions around what do they know about a shutdown? First of all, what is a shutdown? So what is the shutdown experience? What is the potential capacity for NGOs to prepare, prevent, or respond to internet shutdowns? So we had 150 respondents who responded to that survey, but we also had a focus group with youth digital content creators who mostly make their business on the online space. Why do I say they make their business on the online space? They make use of social media platforms to be able to share content on their work. They publicize their work there. They also are able to get clients through the same platforms by using different applications such as WhatsApp and etc. But we also found out that most of these youth digital content creators relied mostly on the online platform and did not have physical offices for their work, so they were greatly impacted by the shutdown. So one of these was we tried to understand how frequently the internet users were impacted by the 2020 shutdowns and their vulnerability needs. And we looked mostly at how this affected vulnerable groups such as youth and women. But we also had a co-design workshop in Dodoma, which brought participants from different parts of the country. And we presented the initial analysis from the survey findings. And then from there initiated different discussions with the participants to understand their view on different concepts, including things like circumvention tools, network measurements, how can we build stakeholder engagement in this process, how can you carry out advocacy, and there were interesting factors that came out during all this process. So for demographics of the respondents, they represented 14 unique regions across Tanzania. And then we had 62% being female and 38% male, but majority of the respondents were actually journalists, who amounted to about 46%. Moving on to the key findings that we got from the research. So one interesting factor was that people also had a challenge in defining what really an internet shutdown is. There was confusion in terms of how people define an internet shutdown and what an internet shutdown means to them. So there was sort of a disagreement also as well over the likelihood of a shutdown. As I said earlier, that people were kind of cautiously optimistic at the time because of a new presidency that had come into power. So about 49% of them did not know, were not sure if the government will shut down the internet in the next 3 years. They were still kind of in the midst of it all and trying to understand how this new government will be operating. Probably if someone did a survey a few months later or 2 years into the new presidency, then maybe the results might change because of how they have seen how things have been operating. But at the time of the needs assessment, most of them were not sure. They were just cautiously optimistic. They were kind of hoping for the best, but not sure if exactly that's what will happen. 20% thought that a shutdown is likely or very likely to happen. And some of them during the discussions with others, because they thought the nature in which the new president came in give the president a possibility of trying to make sure that they maintain the power and stay in office after the election. So the possibility is there that they could also make use of this same tool of internet shutdown to make sure that they're able to control or manipulate the coming elections. So there was that fear as well amongst the participants. And then 19% reported that shutdown is unlikely or very unlikely because they're sort of confident that there were changes happening. There were bans being lifted on newspapers and magazines. There were changes being made to how different sectors in the digital ecosystem operated. So there was that disagreement over the likelihood of a possible shutdown. But also about 59% were worried about online censorship and internet shutdown during the next election. Because as you saw in the 2020 election, where for the first time there was a shutdown, but it was also all these underlining factors that sort of stifled how the election took place. Things like the laws that came into place and the statistics itself and how they worked out. Something else that came up from the findings was that the awareness about shutdowns. So 71% of the respondents, this is the country that just went through internet shutdown in 2020. And then you find that only 71% of them say they have experienced an internet shutdown. So what does the rest of that percentage or statistics tell you when they think that an internet shutdown, they have not experienced an internet shutdown when it's obvious it happened in 2020? That already shows that the knowledge is low on what an internet shutdown is, first of all. And most of them were kind of confusing it with technical difficulties that happen sometimes when there's challenges with connectivity. You can tell the difference between a shutdown and many. That already shows the gap in terms of awareness on what an internet shutdown is and if it has happened, and how do you detect that this is an internet shutdown and not a technical issue. But also internet shutdowns had a significant impact. So we asked the participants to kind of identify the areas which they thought were very impacted a lot by the shutdown that happened in 2020. So a large percentage of it, about 74%, thought that the economy was affected because businesses that rely on the internet were greatly affected at that time. There was a participants who worked in digital marketing and sales who say that at the moment they had to really just scale down because much of their work was on promoting content on different social media platforms, creating digital content for their customers. So they were kind of stuck in that phase where they did not know what step to take next. Then 58% reported that the shutdown hindered democratic actors, parties, and activists. So probing deeper during the sessions that we had, the in-person workshop in Dodoma, we found that people thought that during that shutdown, political parties who maybe were making use of different platforms such as Twitter or Facebook to mobilize, share information with their communities, follow up on elections, sort of hold accountable the election bodies had a challenge because this was not possible because the platform that reaches a large mass of people at the same time was not working the way it was supposed to. Um, then also this the same with activists, democratic actors who were following up elections and sharing information. Some of them were already aware on what to do and were making use of tools that enable them to access the internet despite these challenges. However, if the people you're reaching out to are not all aware and connected, the information is not very vividly shared. So the issue about saying if we can possibly say that the 2020 election was free and fair remains something that cannot really be concrete and you cannot really say because the shutdown hindered the ability to hold the election accountable and say this was free and fair because people did not have a chance to attain access to information. 74% also reported that the shutdowns prevented them from doing their jobs, sending reports, participating in online meetings, and etc. 14% said the shutdowns prevented them from conducting business and making money online. So that was one of the key things. The effect was really much on democracy and the economy. Those were the things that really stood out in that space. They also say that civil societies were unprepared for the last shutdown. 64% reported that they were unprepared and very unprepared, while only 6% said they were very prepared. So this already shows that the gap because the civil society are the people to push and speak about this, but were left behind. Some other things that came up from the findings was that respondents, when we're assessing the capacity as low in the case of a future shutdown. So there's also the fact that about 69% reported that civil society still had little or no capacity to stop an ongoing shutdown. If that possibility happened again in the coming elections, they were not yet ready or prepared to respond to it. While 52% said that there's little or no capacity to engage in preventive advocacy. So all these factors were sort of laying a background to understand that there's still a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of making sure that the communities themselves build the digital resilience to respond to internet shutdowns when they happen again in the near future, whether due to elections or other uprising matters within the society. There was also a skill gap that was identified in terms of network measurement. There was a lot of confusion, especially around network measurement tools and circumvention tools and how they were used, the difference between the two. Where we find that participants had very narrow understanding, especially on network measurement tools and how they're used. So we spoke to journalists trying to understand how they can make use, for example, of network measurement tools to prepare and know this information ahead, document these shutdowns and be able to share, maybe sensitize the community, hold advocacy efforts. And that part showed already that there was quite a huge knowledge gap actually in terms of network measurement tools. The same applied in terms of how the civil society did not have or had very little capacity to collect technical data to measure and document internet shutdowns. Then there was an issue around litigation and legal knowledge. So most of them, they say that the laws in Tanzania sort of made it easy for the government to shut down the internet and censor online content. there was also the fact that there was little agreement on avenues for reform. Most of them believed that the avenues that could be used in terms of the court or litigation efforts against shutdowns were very much limited to capacity, first of all, of the judiciary system itself, capacity of the advocates and the legal workforce, but also just the laws themselves that do not provide enough avenues for people to seek redress in case of an internet shutdown. 54% believe that civil society had little to no capacity to fight shutdowns in court and engage in strategic litigation. So the strategic litigation part was something that really stood out because most of the people who participated in the survey, as well as the in-person workshops, believed that civil society in Tanzania did not have enough capacity to hold or engage in strategic litigation, and also the judicial system itself did not have much experience in responding to such when it comes to the digital space itself. So when it comes to circumvention tools, awareness and usage, 71% say they have some knowledge of these tools and have used them. However, 48% also report they have fears or worries about using circumvention tools. Some of the fears that came out first was that it's illegal. During the uprising or the very beginning of the shutdown, people also reported that at that time, some who did not have a knowledge on VPNs were actually forced to purchase VPNs from people. So the clever ones within the communities were now selling and installing these VPNs in people's phones at a price. So people already felt that that was also a factor to limit them from accessing or using the VPNs. Moving on to the last part, the part that talks about what are the recommendations and next step for the prevention and prepare network. So the first key thing that came up was a need to develop legal expertise and build legal strategy. So as I spoke earlier, that there's a gap in terms of strategic litigation, how legal actors respond or carry out advocacy, or how they were able to respond to an internet shutdown from a legal perspective. So there's an imbalance there, and there's a lack of skills. So the legal professionals need more upskilling on digital issues and how they can determine what kind of avenues they can use for reform within a context such as the legal framework of Tanzania, which is kind of constrained because of the different legislation that have been brought up recently. But there's also a need to provide training for key stakeholders on network data collection. As I said, there was a confusion between network measurement tools and circumvention tools and how they're used. So the training on people and different stakeholders on understanding how each of these work, how they need to do more network testing, how they can also present the findings and use the findings for advocacy. So special training, especially for journalists, activists, lawyers, how they can use this network data reporting and advocacy. There's also a need to engage in research to better understand the attitudes around the uptake of VPNs and other circumvention tools, because when we asked and shared about some specific VPNs, I think there are about two which were very famous VPNs. I think one of them was Siphon that people spoke about. And one of the things they said about the use of Siphon is because there was a lot of campaigns around it prior to the election, because it was localized in Swahili. So people kind of had some awareness within the elite community around the use of Siphon, unlike the other VPNs that also exist. Then engaging in outreach to impacted communities such as online business, content creators, and also very special support to marginalized communities. So the vulnerable communities that we spoke to or participated in the workshop, including people with disabilities and women, spoke that they had specific needs when it comes to the digital space and how they access information. So the internet shutdown definitely impacted them in a different way. But how can we ensure that we provide that kind of first enabling environment for them to be able to prepare and respond to internet shutdowns, but at the same time, how best can we ensure that they have all these different avenues to be able to access information, especially during critical times such as election. So marginalized communities such as the women, youth, and the people with disabilities were definitely greatly impacted by the shutdowns. As one of these quotes says, we need more collaboration with the government to avoid a repeat of what happened in 2020. They need to understand how shutdowns impact the country overall. That is looking also at specific groups. How does internet shutdown affect marginalized communities? How does it affect the economy and others? The next,
Great,
I think
thank you.
that was the end. Actually.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Rebecca. We really appreciate you joining in and having all of your contributions to the research. So there's so much we can say about this research. All the reports are now available online. We encourage you to check them out. We also, because they are long, have summary reports that are up front for anyone that came in late. Please take them because we printed them here and don't want to bring them home. And also, if we had so much more time, I would want everyone who's on the panel and also a few other of the partners who are in the room to talk a little bit more about how they're taking these recommendations forward in their advocacy. As part of this project, we've provided some funding for them to operationalize on these recommendations, but it's my job to say to any funders and supporters in the room, if you want to support these groups and the work that they're doing, there's already a strategic priority, so please reach out to us. Also, if anyone wants to replicate the methodology in another country, we're really open to sharing this and doing this in other places. If you also want to design a resource or engage more with any of these communities, please reach out to us. And as has been said over and over again, localization efforts are really important for trainings, for resources. If you want to be involved in translation, localization, again, please reach out to us. I'm gonna go to Q&A. We have about a half an hour for Q&A. I'll start with just one of my own questions, in part because we're at the IGF, which is such a nice opportunity for us to engage with government. And the tension, the elephant in the room, I think here, in all the shutdowns events I've been in, has been that there are some real problems that we're all trying to deal with, such as disinformation, the spread of hate speech, incitement of violence, communal violence, that is really hard to figure out how do we control that. And you know, human rights communities are like, shutdowns are not necessary and they're not proportionate. But also one of the things that we're trying to say is they're really not very impactful in controlling some of these big problems that we all really want to come up with solutions for. So my question to everyone on the panel is, how do you think we can talk to government more to make them understand, knowing that all of you are coming from different political contexts where maybe that's harder to do or easier to do? So I guess, Maraj, if you want to start with that.
I would say in my context, it is like creating arguments, evidence-based arguments. So if there is no research on impact, how it is impacting vulnerable groups, businesses, students, health, and psychological impact, like when there is any crisis, expat or a migrant worker cannot reach out to their family people, talking to them. So if we cannot document this impacts, how do we create arguments that internet shutdown is bad and you should control it? If we cannot document, like, yes, although no one notified, but we have observed internet shutdowns in this and this area with proper network measurement, how do we create these evidences to create arguments? I think this is where we lack, at least in Bangladesh. There is no organization or initiatives that documents the impact, documents the trends, and documents arguments so that they can create advocacy and go to the government that this is what is being done and this is how you are doing it. I think this is one side. Another side that came out is like, another way is to engage businesses. Sometimes business associations are more, have a stronger voice than civil society in different countries because of their, I would say, political and state situation. So how do you engage them? We have seen in many cases that business community are comfortable to talk in situations like question paper leaks. So you cannot do shutdowns during exams because it is convenient. But when there is a political protest, they're not doing it. So what kind of advocacy is needed to empower and engage business communities so that they also talk about this situation, because it also impacts business? So I think I would suggest that creating evidences, research, and take these arguments to different policymakers would help. But there is not much initiative in Bangladesh in that area. Thank you.
I think in case of India, there is enough documentation to start conversations with. There are enough instances that have been documented around the effects of a shutdown, how it's affecting people around, what sort of problems that marginalized groups are facing, what sort of problems that different communities are facing are documented. Yes, the documentation can be strengthened, but it's now for us to have the governments look at this documentation and think very hard on necessity and proportionality. Shutdown is probably easier to implement, but it's not necessary or it's not proportional. The harms it creates are much more than what you seek out to do by implementing a shutdown. So the appeal would be to think about this, to think about is there a necessity and is there other ways to address it, and to engage with the civil society on this. I think it's time that that conversations are had more and more. And in terms of India, local governments having these conversations, because that's where the shutdowns get implemented. So having more education around this and having strengthening the laws around when a shutdown can be implemented, what is the necessity and what is the proportionality sort of measurement is also something that would be a way forward for India, I would say.
Thank you so much. I think that showing interest is a key point on talking with when you want to talk to the government, because internet shutdown affects everybody, affects anyone in a country, even members of the government. But they cannot say that they're against those shutdowns because they're members of the government. And if I take, for example, the case of Senegal, where we have a strong civil society, that civil society can take the lead, showing interest that if there is a shutdown, it can economically affect the country, and then that will help that civil society move towards building capacity on how we can circumvent how we can use circumvention tools, how we can measure, how we can build litigation capacities, and how to can make effective those litigation. And then if you merge towards those points, I think we can also move towards a great advocacy capacity that will help the people and the stakeholders fight against those internet shutdowns in the country. Thank you.
And when it comes to Tanzania, we have a few of our partners who are working on this specific advocacy. So I don't know if Mr. Baba, if you want to speak on government engagement, or Nazar, I saw him come in. I'm not sure if he's still here. There he is. So if you want to talk about what that looks like in space that is a little bit tenuous and unpredictable in Tanzania.
I think you heard about the report. Unfortunately for Tanzania, it's very difficult to engage the government in this matter because, first of all, they are denying there is a shutdown. So if you go with this kind of argument, then you might need to bring evidence, and with our cyber law, you might have some issue of a problem. So I see it's like the reality there to engage the government is not something which can bring results because of the restriction of the law as well. You have to know the statistic, and also research has to be approved by the government authority. So before you conduct any kind of research to come out with evidence, you need to have a permit from government authority to do that, in which for this case, I don't see if you're going to get such kind of a permit. So the only way maybe to address the matter of the shutdown is to engage the people, to get them understand the importance of having this connectivity and the use of internet. And for us, we've been doing that. We have like a Twitter space, because everything is shut down, like media, political rallies, and there's no any other form of platform people can talk about their issues. So via the Twitter space, people are coming up, and it's kind of being creating a movement in which most of the time the government is listening to it. But unfortunately, the laws which Rebecca mentioned, they are still there. And for instance, the media law, it has been named as unconstitutional by the East African Court of Justice, but it's still there. The government cannot implement those judgments. So you see, there are tricky, and the political will is not there. So you should know why we have shutdown in Tanzania. That's a key question. Huh? It is political. So the government is feeding from this kind of a shutdown because of election. If they want fair election, then we can see they can be ready to talk about shutdown. So that's what I can say about Tanzania.
If I may add, my name is Naza Nicholas from Tanzania, and I work for Internet Society, and I'm also the advocate for Keep It On. We believe that, and I believe, I have been a victim of internet shutdown 2020, and I believe that internet is not guilty, has never, it is not, and will never be guilty of what is happening in the internet. And it is true, you know, the laws that we have in Tanzania do not paint a very good picture of us. But I think there has been a light at the end of the tunnel. With the change of regime from the late President Magufuli to Samia Suluhu Hassan, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. And what she personally said, and I quote, "If you have anything that you feel that you can, help the government to do, or if you want to criticize the government, you are welcome, but do it constructively." So I believe with the regime change, there is a space to engage with the government. We cannot be afraid to engage the government. I would rather be a bad guy by engaging the government and and get my point across in terms of what we need. For example, now the government is talking about OTT taxes. It has seen that there is a huge potential for internet to bring in revenue, and actually they are bringing revenue. So if we can engage the government, and I know for sure the ministry that the current ministry and the officials are very engaging. They will come to a meeting like this, and they will start it through the meeting and take the notes to back to the government. And I believe that it is a ripe time for us, including my friend Mshabaha. I'm ready to engage with him and with the government to make sure that we get the message across that internet shutdown is first of all repressive. It has some economic impact. It brings poverty to individuals and families that are doing their business on the internet. So I think we should get the message and engage. If I were to mention like 3 words, is engage, engage, and engage, because some of these leaders of ours are ill informed and ill advised by the bootlickers, so they can secure their positions. So I think we need to get this message, because internet is very important, and it is important to engage these the officials in the government to make sure that they understand the economic impact of the shutdown. Thank you so much, and I believe freedom of expression must be upheld, and also accountability must also be upheld. And where is necessary, it is important to lawyer up so that they understand that the citizens are up and they are there to protect the internet, because the internet is the life, and internet is critical for the digital economy that we are talking about, fourth industrial revolution and all that, and the government is talking about fourth industrial revolution, but internet shutdown or throttling, for that matter, is a very bad for the future of digital economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nazar. And I think you get a little bit of the debate that we had in the Tanzanian workshops on what's possible currently. But I know we have just a little bit of time left, and there are some hands. I'm going to ask people to say your question, and then we'll have the panelists address whatever we can in the time that we have. So we can start from here on the right.
Thank you very much. My name is Baharu Abbas. I represent myself, and I really appreciate your presentations, and I realize your work. It's an honorable job that you are doing, so I appreciate that, and I also appreciate all the presentations. They were fantastic. I learned a lot, but I want to see or evaluate the impacts of internet shutdown and reasons for shutdown. Let's see these two for a second. What are the impacts of internet shutdown? Impacts on economy and impacts on democracy, mainly. And reasons for internet shutdowns are political tensions and instability and cheat for exam and so on and so forth. What is political tension? I am an Ethiopian living here in Ethiopia, and let me tell you what political tension is in my context. Political tension means destruction of telecom infrastructure, destruction of health sectors, destruction of financial sectors, destruction of the entire country. And it means millions and millions of refugees. It means tens and thousands of days. This is what political tension is. And my question is, what would you do if you know for sure your country is at risk because of disinformation? What would you do? I'm not an advocate of internet shutdown. I strongly believe that internet should not be shut down. But if it is, if it plays the biggest role for your country's destruction, what would you do? Let me ask you again. I hope you know that what has happened in the past 2 years in this country. War has been going on, and I hope you know some about it. I mean, let's evaluate the information you have. I mean, those of you coming from abroad and those of us living here. Let's evaluate the information about the war. The information I have is the information I have living the situation, and the information you have about the war is the information you get from the internet generally. Do you think they are similar? No, they are not similar. So how do you evaluate all these things? And you remember that Mark Zuckerberg has been repeatedly summoned to the Senate and asked questions. And America, if America thinks something is at risk, Mark Zuckerberg will immediately be summoned to the Senate, and this time not not he's not going to be asked, but he will be instructed. Okay, he will be instructed to do this
Great.
and to do that, and we don't
No.
have that luxury.
No, thank you so much for bringing that up. I know, again, we're talking about elephants in the room.
I have additional, please. I have additional support a question. Please give me a minute.
Okay.
Thank you. Give me this opportunity, golden opportunity for present my question. My name is Ayalo Asfaw Shibashi. My research is fiat physical currency to fiat digital currency and also digital banking. That's my research. Good morning and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start and speak for you.
Yep.
Honorable ladies and gentlemen.
So we're doing questions.
Okay, it's question. Okay,
yeah.
please. Okay. Let me sit there. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, and the civil society representatives, the United Nations member of representatives, and the corporate public and private representatives, please give me your heart and mind for a minute. Okay? I may be wrong, but just analyze what I'm saying. On behalf of the following public organizations, the newly formed Alpha Degen Network or Neo Society, Ethiopian Digital Defending Task Force, Ethiopian Software Testing Qualification Board, Global African Migrant Community Association, Ethiopian Diaspora in Australia and New Zealand. As a coordinator of civil organization, I believe the 17th UN IGF historical event here in Ethiopia, because the internet connectivity is badly affected, as he said there, badly affected the country and the people and the citizens as a society, especially the last 2 years. Mr. Donald Trump, this is the cape I actually simulate for him. What he said was, he was the 45th president of the United States. What he said clearly is, I said loudly and clearly, blow up the dam, which is Ethiopian Renaissance Dam called.
So, sir, we have to move on.
No, I finish now. This is my question now. If he say like that, if the Ethiopian government, what happened, he said, Sudan and Egypt blow up the dam. So, the Ethiopian government protect their citizens to react for these countries, and they shut down the internet. Because that protects the conflict between Sudan and Ethiopia. Okay? You need to analyze what's going on.
Okay.
So, the question
sir,
is,
we have to move on to another question.
Please, the question is that fair Ethiopian government to shut down that particular situation? Is that fair or unfair? Okay?
Thank you.
The next one is, what I said is, what we hear from this presentation, what we hear is actually the urgency of international internet governance law. We have to
sir, we have to go to another question.
And drafting this constitution, then
do you want
everybody
to just start?
will happen.
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much.
My question to the panelist is, do you feel in your jurisdictions that local ISPs are aware of the avenues that they have to push back against shutdown orders, and are these ISPs mostly locally based or foreign owned?
I think even few months back, I think there was not enough understanding among the civil societies that this is an issue to carry forward. So now there is a greater interest after a few workshops. We have seen major civil society organizations sending their submissions to the election commissions that there should be no internet shutdown during the next election. So this was never before. Yeah. But on accountability of the tax, I think this is an area where we should look at. Yeah. So there are two, like broadband internet, that is ISPs, that is local. But The mobile telephony, that is Telenor, that is Axiata, that is big companies. So now these big companies, they're shutting down internet without any notification, without any SMS to the users, and no one is talking about it. Yeah, they're the largest advertiser of media. They're the largest supporter of CSR activities. Yeah, but I think this is one area we have seen where politics is not stable, where there is democracy is at stake. Sometimes when there is effort to make these big companies accountable, there is also some efforts to develop processes so that there is more accountability in shutdown efforts.
Great. Thank you, Miraj. I know that we're out of time. People who want to speak, we could talk about this for days, as Radhika said yesterday during our session. I do want to acknowledge that we said a lot of numbers, percentages, and this is an emotional issue. Upon arriving here, my cab driver told me he hadn't talked to his mother in a year. So just imagine that. And I know that everyone feels this really strongly. So just take that forward. Think about it when you are thinking about what's possible in your context, who you can have support you. Please reach out to us. We want to continue to do this work. We want to think about creative solutions. We know that the challenges and the things that governments are confronting are real, but we also know that shutdowns are not the way forward. So please, thank you so much for all attending and participating and your attention. And please take the reports. Do not make me put them in my luggage. I have to bring lots of coffee to my family at home, so take the reports. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
James? James?
Mic check, mic check. Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check, mic check.
Hello. Hi, everyone. We're just going to get started in the next 2 or so minutes. I want to check. Mercy, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great, amazing. Thank you. We'll just get started in 2 minutes, just that everyone gets situated.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Workshop 454, Accountability in Building Digital ID Infrastructures. My name is Bridget Tandere. I am Africa Policy Analyst at Access Now, and I will be moderating this session. I'm going to let our wonderful panelists introduce themselves, and I'd like them to tell us their name, what they do, where they're based, and one interesting thing about themselves professionally and one interesting thing about themselves that is not work-related. So I'm going to start with Mercy, who is joining us online.
I thought you were going to start with the people who are present. I could buy myself time to think of answers to your questions. Hello, everyone. My name is Mercy Mutemi. I hope you can hear me loud and clear.
We can hear you. Great. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I'm based in Nairobi. I'm a litigation lawyer, and most of my litigation centers around digital rights, human rights in AI, basically cases that are intended to define our digital future. One interesting thing about me professionally is that I'm a geek, so this field comes naturally for me. It's like a passion to pursue any internet governance project. For me, is a passion. One thing interesting about me, non-professionally, is that I think I can sing, but I can't. But I still think I can sing. So, yeah, that's about me.
Thanks, Mercy. And I believe everyone can sing. So, yeah, if you think you can do it, you can definitely do it. Laura.
Okay, hi, I'm Laura Bingham. I am a lawyer by training, and my background is in mostly litigation and advocacy on nationality rights, borders, documentation of identity, and statelessness. I am currently the executive director of the Institute for Law, Innovation, and Technology, which is based at Temple University in Philadelphia in the United States. And something interesting about me professionally, I guess, I don't know. The only thing that comes to mind is that I always feel like a novice when we're talking about technology and internet governance and, digital questions. That was not something that was ever a part of my training or really professional interests for a long time, but now it's become a passion. So I always feel like a little bit of an imposter in conversations like this. Personally, I don't know. I can touch my arms behind my back, even though one arm is shorter than the other from a really bad break when I was little. Maybe that, I don't know. Is that interesting? I'm going to stop there.
No, that is very interesting. So, thanks for that. Yusuf, please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I don't know. I have a very interesting chair here. My name is Yusuf Bashir. I work with, I'm the executive director of Haki na Sheria Initiative, an organization based in northern Kenya. We work on human rights, we work on statelessness, we work on nationality issues, as well as a bit on climate change. Professionally, I am trained as a lawyer, so I practice as an advocate in the High Court in Kenya. I think the question about something interesting professionally is very difficult. But I would say that I came through to working on these issues of digital rights and digital IDs because of experiences on the regular IDs in terms of discrimination and things like that. On the personal front, I have recently got into wildlife photography, and it's going really well. So if anybody's interested in having a conversation about that, we can talk. Yeah.
That's going to be really hard to beat, I think. Thomas, please try.
I'll fail. Yusuf is the best. My name is Thomas Lohninger, and I'm based in Vienna, Austria. The interesting thing about me professionally is that without Star Trek and anthropology, I would never have made it into the digital rights field. I'm there for around a decade. Executive director of Epicenter Works, an NGO in Vienna, and I'm also serving as vice president of EDRI, a network of over 45 digital rights and privacy organizations in the European Union. And the interesting thing about me personally, I don't know, I've taken up swimming. Best sport ever.
Thank you, Thomas. It's great to have you. Elizabeth.
Well, being the last one is a little bit difficult. But my name is Atori Elizabeth. I'm based in Uganda. I work for an organization called the Initiative for Social and Economic Rights. So I have had about 5 years experience advocating for social and economic rights, and so my practice as an advocate is very much focused in pushing for the right to education and health and business and human rights. One interesting thing about myself in terms of work is that for the digital rights sphere, the thing that really did push me was working with older persons in Uganda, and it's from there that then I started to question the challenges that people face in terms of access to social protection. So that's what propelled me into this sphere, and that was in 2019. An interesting thing about myself personally, let me just clear my throat. I think the very one interesting thing is I do not love chocolate.
That is definitely very interesting. So we've all come together here today because I think if not everyone in this room, most of us have experienced digital ID in a very interesting way. And we're trying to figure out a way, strategic-wise and policy-wise, to ensure that the digital ID systems that are being deployed all around the world remain human rights respecting, and trying to figure out through this session how to hold people and just generally stakeholders accountable when it comes to digital ID procurement and digital ID processes, not just in the region, and of course my interest would be in the region because that's where I'm based, that's where my work is based, but around the world. We're hoping that this session will be as interactive as possible, and so we're going to start, of course, in plenary, but with the panelists. But please feel free to save your questions to the last 30 minutes. But if you really feel like you need to intervene, just put your hand up, and I'll make sure to come to you in case you think that it's relevant for just that moment and you can't hold it until the end. I'm happy to do that. So let's get started, and I hope this is going to be useful for all of you as it will be for us. The first question we want to dive into is, what are the obligations of corporate actors participating in the digital identity and digital public infrastructure markets, including, of course, multinational enterprises, to perform human rights due diligence, which is something that I'm sure all of us have been talking about, not just with digital ID, but also in other facets of digital human rights. I'm going to start with Laura, who can just give us a little bit of insights into what your experience is with this and how we can make it better around strategy and policy and advocacy.
Thanks, Bridget. Okay, so just a little bit of background. My work has mostly, my work on digital identity has also mostly been in this region, and in relation to corporate actors that are not based in this region, that are mostly based in Europe and North America. And, you know, and I come at this as a lawyer and litigator and from a more enforcement perspective, as opposed to thinking about regulatory frameworks in the abstract. And when we think about obligations, you know, those have to do with specific actors and specific actions and effects, you know, and those things need to be defined before we can really start talking about what are the obligations and how do they apply in a specific case. And that's not really what we find in the realm of human rights due diligence, not as yet. So there's really a fundamental problem at the outset, I would say, in defining obligations that has to do with attribution, or, you know, just understanding who's doing what. And that's because, at least in part, of really a lot of obfuscation and clandestine behavior that's hidden from public view in how digital ID systems are conceived, at what moment in time, who are the actors involved, who are those stakeholders that are involved in that conversation. Usually it's vendors from multinational organizations, corporations, and state actors. Tender processes and procurement more generally is kind of shrouded in national security protections, contracts that dictate specific terms, who's doing what, you know, just the basics, are not public. So we have a real problem of just evidence of who's doing what, and so that tends to obscure what the obligations really even are. But we do have some information about actions, just the general sphere of actions that are taken by multinational enterprises. And the one thing that I would point to here, and then let colleagues on the panel elaborate on, is that most of the time, the client is a state actor, is a state, a government. And I think that's really important for human rights due diligence when it comes to digital ID technology and software, because it's just fundamentally different from selling something to a 20-person office in a private enterprise, for instance. I mean, you're talking about an entity that has monopoly on violence, that has control over police powers, that has a substantial monopoly on all administrative information and can have control over a lot of private data. We know that, especially in a space like this. So that ought to mean, in terms of the obligations, that there's a real distinction. And there needs to be a much, much higher threshold for the conduct of human rights due diligence for enterprises that are entering into this identity and security space. And then the last thing that I might say is that we do know something about the effects. While there is an attribution problem and there's often a real difficulty in causal links between action and effect, and we can say a lot more about the evidence of that and how we need more. But we know that these are dual-use technologies, even though they're not defined as such in a lot of export control regimes. You can just look at the case of Afghanistan, for instance. One thing that a lot of folks have pointed to or did around the time, that was a civilian digital ID system that was used for payroll, for paying government employees, when the digital ID system fell into the hands of the Taliban, it was immediately converted into a targeted killing platform. So, I mean, it's obvious that these technologies, taken as a whole, are a dual-use technology, that they can be used for operations like that. So I think that's another principle for human rights due diligence that really needs to take hold and be understood as a cross-cutting application.
Thanks, Laura. You bring up really interesting points. Among them, Yusuf, I know that your experience has been quite interesting and quite unique in the work that you do, especially around double registration. So we're wondering exactly what has been your experience when it comes to HRDDs around these technologies that are being deployed, especially around people in conflicts and people in refugee situations.
Thank you, Bridget. I think Laura does a fantastic job of creating the background for the conversation around who gets to suffer the most whenever these digital IDs are rolled out. On the one hand, there's a combination of state power with corporate power, and on the other side of the equation are these communities that are living on the margins. These communities, who have most situations suffered because of, either numbers, because of historical issues, suffered marginalization and inadequate access to resources. Therefore, these technologies that are being rolled out, whether it is, placing these individuals in digital databases, they are not really meant to facilitate, for example, their way of life, their economic situation, which they have probably developed, for millennia. But rather, these technologies are cutting edge, but they are meant to control, and to figure them out, and place them in a certain box. So the situation of double registration, I think, illustrates very well the effects of rolling out, cutting-edge technology on communities on the borders. And it also illustrates, to a certain extent, I think, something that is going to happen more and more because of challenges such as climate change. It's only happened, for example, in the border between Kenya and Somalia, but it will, I suspect, in the future happen more and more people are on the move because of livelihoods being destroyed by the impact of climate change. So in the 1990s, as a result of long droughts, host communities of Kenyans living on the border, attracted by facilities being offered to refugees in the Dadaab refugee camp, went to the camp to seek food rations, healthcare, and such. And they ended up being put on the refugee database and have had decades trying to get off that refugee database, essentially finding themselves in situations where they can't access government services that they're entitled to as Kenyans, and becoming essentially foreigners in their own country. You will find that the rollout of the digital database in that particular camp happened before it was rolled out in the rest of the country. So I think it provides a very good analogy for the fact that a lot of these technologies are being rolled out in places where there is little accountability, where the communities may not be as organized in terms of pushing back or resisting, and therefore you will find that it was done there before it was done in the rest of the country. And therefore now it has taken a long time through advocacy by Hakina Sharia, the organization I work for, litigation, in collaboration with some of the civil society organizations that are here today. I think the tide is kind of turning, that the first batch of individuals were deregistered early this year, but still about more than 20,000 individuals remain on the database. And it continues being a problem because people are still being registered in the database, droughts are still raging, so people are still being forced to look for ways to survive. And therefore, I think
it's good that we're having conversations around these systems and the kind of people who are affected by these systems.
Elizabeth, I know that ISAR put out a really interesting report, what was it, about 2 years ago, on the effect of digital ID deployment, especially on people living with disability and people who are accustomed to certain contexts. And I know perhaps you'd have some comments on human rights due diligence. We'd love to hear them.
Thank you very much. And yes, indeed, we've done extensive research on the exclusionary effects of implementing a digital ID system in a country where the systems that are supposed to be supporting this digital ID system are either inexistent or weak, and if might be able to just give one example that we clearly identify in that report, which is Chased Away and Left to Die. We did happen to publish that report with our partners from NYU and also from Unwanted Witness, and we clearly highlighted, based of that research, that the digital ID system in my country, which is Uganda, does speak to a much wider identity system, which is also supported by the national ID system. So it's not just an ID system might be to support social protection alone, but it's much more inclusive. And so as a country, we have decided to tag mandatory access to social services to a digital ID. So you have a system that then becomes the single system of source for social protection, health, education. What then that means is that there are over 16.8 million Ugandans that lack IDs because of the systemic challenges, because of issues around access, because of challenges that my colleagues have spoken about around the cross-border populations. You have about 16.8 million not having access to our national IDs, and in effect actually being excluded from accessing the very basics, which is health and education. And it might sound very easy to say, but in a country where a majority of the population lives below the poverty line, having to access public health and education is really the difference between life and death. So in essence, and what the report does highlight is the fact that we are eventually leaving people behind, but not just leaving them behind, we are actually dooming them to death, because then if I can't access public health, if I can't access education, what then happens to me? And that speaks to the duties that corporations have. Not only multinationals, but even within our system. Yes, the government does control the national register, but whilst we are providing services like social protection, we have a system where persons above 80 years are then given about 25,000 Ugandan shillings. That's about, I would say, less than $30 a month to be able to survive and to be able to support them to maintain a certain level of livelihood. Now, that the way that system works is that a private entity is the one that then disburses these funds, but they very much rely on the national ID system for authentication, for issuance of the funds. And if you are unable to provide authentication, let's talk about the biometrics. In a country where most of the population is peasantry, what you have is a situation where the fingerprints are not easily read. So even the way the systems are designed and implemented does affect the populace, and as such will lead to exclusion. So what obligation do corporations have in this case? We have an obligation to ensure that these systems are inclusive, that they cater for everyone. Our national ID systems, or the digital ID as we call them, have been posited as systems that are supposed to increase access to social services, that are supposed to ensure that those that do not have then are able to get, that are supposed to lead to more accountability from our governments. But that's not what is happening on the ground. And so you find that the policies that have been put in place for national ID or digital ID systems are very removed from the realities that people face. And as such, there is a real need to provide access to remedial mechanisms, to even speak, to have a discussion around what are the alternatives. So we foresee that we hope to have a society where everyone has a digital ID, right? But I'll ask ourselves the question: is do we see that day happening in a country like my own, like Uganda, where every single citizen has a digital ID? It's very unlikely in the next 5 or so years to come. And so we need to ask ourselves, what then do we do to these particular persons that are left out, that are cast out, that then seemingly become stateless and are unable to gain access to the much needed benefits that they require. So I believe this discussion is very timely, and I'd like to hear what other people have to say about it. Because more and more we do speak to the need to have digital ID systems, but we forget those that we leave behind. How then do we include the disabled? How do we include the tribal minorities? How do we include those cross-border communities that even before the system was introduced were already discriminated against? So if it's a system that is grounded in a system for security purposes, then by its very design, it's designed in such a way that it's meant to exclude those that vary with views, or those that are seen as people that shouldn't be included. So a good example is between the border of Uganda and Rwanda, there is a particular tribe that has very similar appearance features. And you'll find that those particular people now, if they go to register for a digital ID, they'll just tell them, well, you're not Ugandan enough. But what is Ugandan enough? Why are we removing nationality from people and basing nationality on a digital ID system, yet they already have these particular rights that they should be enjoying? So for me, I would say the roles around corporate actors for digital ID really speak to accountability, and accountability goes beyond just ensuring that the systems are up and running and are being mass enrolled, to ensuring that every single person that has to get a service based off a digital ID, then that person should be able to access that service with or without a digital ID. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And you bring up something really interesting about how these the systems are designed to exclude. And for me, that brings a feeling of just how colonialist the structures are, and particularly with, I think, the communities that you've worked with, Yusuf. What would you have to say about just the feeling of these structures being colonialist and the tech being colonialist, and how they're being deployed being colonialist, seeing as they are designed to exclude and designed to, set people apart?
Well, I think the colonial enterprise, I think, first began, at least on the African continent, through the use of pencils and rulers. That people sat down around a table similar to this one and took out the map of Africa with pencils and rulers and drew straight lines. And these straight lines do not take into account how communities actually live. And immediately what happened was colonialism being an enterprise of domination and extraction. The first people to be considered to be a threat were people who are living on these borders. And the control of them was always because of, issues of lifestyle, the way they moved around. Of course, the colonial, colonizers were never really comfortable with these communities because they didn't know where to find them. And you will find that even the manual regular ID was rolled out as a means of, as a form of essentially some kind of a visa system before we have this modern visa system, so that these groups could be, asked to produce them whenever they're moving on demand. And you'll find that looking back, for example, at the Kenyan one or even the other ones, you'll find they used to have these huge things you wear around your neck, which details your tribe, your name. That's how the ID process started. South Africa, during the apartheid regime, was very, very advanced in this. So essentially, these are systems that are very closely linked to control, to domination, as opposed to the way Africans or the way communities actually live and practice their lives day to day. And the whole process of even requiring individuals to submit, to have their biometrics taken, to have their pictures taken, without option, because if you don't submit your biometrics and your documents, then you are shut out from government services, the way Elizabeth was talking about. You don't access education, you don't access healthcare. So essentially you have no option but to comply. Now, the transition to digital IDs is being rolled out in an exactly similar manner, or you can draw out parallels with that. Because for you to access government services these days, for you to register for a document, a passport, anything, you have to have an ID number, an online system that you have to actually go through. And therefore now, this new system that is being rolled out in a largely similar way to the other one, the way it was rolled out, it's not about facilitating these communities that have always not been standard, regular, the ones that that people like, these are the people on the edges. And these individuals are the ones now who are again suffering exclusion in this new enterprise.
Thank you, Yusuf. And Elizabeth brought this up, and I'm sure it's on our minds, all of us really, that a lot of the time when these systems are being deployed, the biggest justification and the biggest reason we're being given constantly is security, which of course then leads to the aspect of surveillance and a lot of data collection and, generally just having people constantly being watched and having people being monitored. Mercy, I'd like to come to you for a second and just get your thoughts on how, within policy infrastructures and within the law, how can we move away from structures that are inherently, used for surveillance in a way that is disproportionate and ensure that we're still achieving what we need to achieve with regard to deploying social security measures or even the security measures that are being constantly spoken about, but without disadvantaging people?
Okay. I think coming from my perspective and putting it in context, being a litigator is really operating in the world of paranoia, where you imagine the worst case scenario and then you litigate based on that. That's what you're trying to avoid. So it's not advisable to start from a resigned point of view that we must have these systems. I think the challenge begins with the question, should we have the systems? So you have to question even the intention to have the system. When I look at the litigation that has happened in Kenya around the digital ID and other forms of databases generally, I think some of the things I can draw out of it is a country has to have irreducible minimums, and you must be able to define what those are within your context. It's very easy for us to talk about ATHA and try and fix it in a European context and see how that wouldn't work, and then miss out on India is never going to be, Europe. Like in India's context, in India's constitutional background, is there a way you can imagine it that the constitution would allow? In our case, it will always come to, start with the constitution. What's the basis? Is there a necessity for it? And if you can't show the necessity for it, then it's tracked down at that point. So you don't have to always work backwards. You don't have to reserve. I know that's what Manamba did to us. It's like we were chasing a train that's already left the station. So it was that much harder to, put the genie back in the box. But it doesn't always have to be that way. And that's where now national security comes in. One of our irreducible minimums, thankfully, has been defining what national security looks like, because it's one of the most abused exceptions when it comes to limiting human rights. So we've had good cases where the courts have put their foot down and say, if it doesn't look like this, then it's not national security, right? So security in the streets, people stealing, robbery, that's not national security. That doesn't rise to the occasion of limiting human rights. It has to be something that threatens the integrity of a country, It has to be something that threatens human rights on a large scale, like another country invading you, your borders, whether it's a digital threat or it's a traditional threat. It just has to rise to the occasion of what's defined. So I think that's one of the themes I think that is important. And maybe if you're coming from a public interest litigation point of view, is to pursue cases that push the courts to define what those irreducible minimums look like, right? So we are agreeing that in a way, one way or another, the right to privacy is going to be affected. Okay, but what must the system look like? What can't be abrogated from? That for me would be the starting point. And then you quickly realize that it has to be a joint effort. There's always one arm of the government that's pushing for the ID more than the others. If you're unlucky, you get the legislature and the executive conspiring, so it's like 2 versus 1. But usually it's just the executive with a very specific agenda, and half of the time you're not really sure what the agenda is because it doesn't read transparent. So my lesson learned from this field is that it can't be a one department show. You have to approach it in terms of advocacy from all angles, right? So it's the parliament that gives you the laws on what these irreducible minimums are, which have already been defined over years, maybe by the judiciary or just by the culture of a country. So you push for advocacy through parliament to keep restricting that space more and more, not the human rights space, but the space for the government to misbehave, to keep legislating on it. Because one of our irreducible minimums now has become there has to be a legal framework, which I think is a fair practice. If you're starting, like we are going to have a digital ID framework, then there has to be a legal framework. So what does it look like? Let that be legislated on. So advocacy on that end. And then with the executive is to also trying to understand what they're trying to achieve. For a very long time, our assumption was the social surveillance was what was important. And I'm guilty of that. Like I always assumed it was first security, then national security judgments came out and they were no longer rushing for national security. So we assumed it was social surveillance. But now it's looking different. It's looking like financial surveillance, because even who they're partnering with is no longer just tech companies. It's now mobile money companies. So that suggests that the goals have moved, and perhaps our advocacy agenda hasn't moved with the goals. Do we really understand what whoever is trying to implement the digital ID system is trying to achieve? And are we able to meet them at their point of mischief? Yeah, so I think for me, I have a rough idea of all of it. Like when you step back, you can paint a picture and see the different actors that you need. But at the top, you always need
the judiciary, and I'm not saying this because I like litigating and arguing. I say this because someone has to draw the line and say this is too far. If you want to collect, for example, biometric data, then you can't do it for something as simple as we just want to distribute food, relief food. There has to be someone who calls the shots and says, no, you're going too far. You're coming too far when you say you want to collect location data, for example. So your efforts, your advocacy efforts cannot be towards one arm of the government. They have to be across the board because everyone has their role to play, and sometimes the goals are shifting too quickly. Before you realize it, before you rush to court, something else has happened. Yeah.
Thanks, Mercy. And you make a really interesting point there that the goalpost is, always moving, constantly moving, and that makes advocacy a little bit difficult every day. And that's something that I'd like the room to think about as we go along. What is working, what isn't working, and how do we need to change? How do we get to be a little bit more nimble with regard to how we respond to things? Thomas, I'd like to come to you on the same strand and just gather from you what your experience has been, bearing in mind that, compared to the other panelists, your context is rather different. So how has your experience been moving away from surveillance and military kind of processes and infrastructures? How has that been for you?
Yeah, thank you. First, I would like to start to say that the debate that we are having in Europe about electronic identity is extremely ignorant about the perspectives from other areas of the world. So it's almost as if Europe has nothing to do with what we've heard before. And we are in the middle of a huge reform in Europe. We are building a quite important system, and the backdrop of which is the COVID pandemic and the experiences we made in that time. So there's now a huge push for more e-government services. In Europe, we also had these COVID certificates, the QR codes to verify that you have been vaccinated or recently been tested. And that created also a much stronger proliferation of digital systems in everyday interactions. Like in many countries, you couldn't go to a restaurant or a theater without showing and using these systems. And in June of 2021, the Commission proposed new legislation, the so-called EIDAS reform. And it is one unique harmonized system for identifying natural and legal persons, verifying attributes about them, and you can also use it to log into services like Google or Facebook. And the purpose of the Commission was really to push this in the whole European market, with 80% of people using it by the end of this decade. And it's important to stress that it's an open system, so we will not know which attributes will be in there. It can be your COVID-19 status, your HIV status. It can be information about your financial situation, family status, of course your legal name, your age, your driver's license, but also your university diploma. And who can check the system is also completely open. So we could see this both in government uses, in border situations when we want to enter a country or leave it, as well as with, of course, huge industry interests. I mean, basically everybody with a customer relationship system wants to participate here. So we're talking about e-commerce, but we are also talking about advertisements, targeted advertisements. So in short, the privacy repercussions could be huge. And we started to work on this quite early on, with a unique experience right at the beginning, because when we first came out and criticized this proposal, it was the Commission who wanted to talk with us. Usually it's always the other way around. And they wanted to talk with us because they expected us to be happy. Because for them, and that's the one point I agree with, identification is something that we cannot let Google and Apple do. For me, I mean, there's a threefold thing here. Of course, an identity is a human right. It's part of our dignity. Nobody can take this away from us. Identification is the proof of that fact. And I much rather have governments issue that than a private Google company. But of course, the legal framework, as we've heard, and the fundamental rights protections in these systems are hugely important. And just to touch on one important point, there's a lot to be said about the privacy by design and how we can use the system without being tracked, how it can be unobservable so that we don't have a panopticon where one actor can see everything about our lives, every type of data, no matter if it's financial or health or criminal records. We want these things to be separated, and this one key could allow a panoptical view from every restaurant visit to every government interaction. But a very important pillar for our work in this field is also non-discrimination protection. So very early on we started, no matter how good this system will be, there will be people that choose not to use it or might not be able to use it. Senior citizens, one big group, also undocumented migrants, another huge group. And if we have the system as a precondition to access to government services, to the labor market, to other goods and services, then will create huge exclusions. And on Tuesday next week, the EU member states will adopt their version of this law. It will not contain any of the things that I just mentioned, none of the safeguards, none of the discrimination protections. The European Parliament is still negotiating, and there the chances are better. In all 4 committees across the whole political spectrum, we have seen this non-discrimination provision being tabled and supported. So from communist members of European Parliament up to conservatives and even right extremists, everybody is in support of a non-discrimination provision. Of course, we have yet to see whether the parliamentarians can get this provision adopted in the final law, but it tells you a lot about the double standards also from Europe, because it seems, at least for the elected representatives, that seems to be a precondition for even starting a project like this.
That's very interesting, hearing about a non-discrimination provision in a law like this, which I think would be useful for so many contexts to ensure that people are being included, and especially social services and public services. Elizabeth, I'd like to come to you, especially because of the Ugandan context and how much we've seen mass surveillance and militarization of certain processes. How do you think that law and public policy can come in to talk about alternatives, and how can we find these alternatives within the systems?
Well, Bridget, that's a very tricky question, especially in my context, where most times law and policy is not even implemented, or if respected, then there are real gaps around enforcement of those laws. But from the early days, the digital ID system in Uganda was referred to as the National Security Project. It was seen as another weapon for the government to be able to control the population, curb any illegal residents, and even now, if you're looking at the way that they are implementing systems across the board, if a person, well, I've spoken to access to social services, and that's majorly for Ugandan systems, but they use the same system that they've set up to exclude other populations that actually live within the territory, so that's also questionable. So that speaks to how we utilize the information that we collect within the digital ID systems, and what amount of data is necessary in these particular systems. Next year we shall start the national rollout of our phase 2 of the digital ID. We've done 5 years so far in the digital ID system, and then now we are going to go into another mass enrollment where essentially my digital ID on my national card expires this year. So if I am not registered, then essentially I wouldn't be able to access any services. This particular issue has not changed. I doubt it will change because of the advantages that it has. We've seen the system linked to other particular processes, linked to other particular exercises in which they enroll mass data for particular users, whether it's for elections or it's for people to just register financial accounts with the bank and to use that for surveillance in terms of, okay, how much money is coming into your bank, where is it going? And yes, that speaks to security that we need, but we need to ask ourselves in terms of the legitimate purpose of these laws and policies that have put in place. Because for the context of Uganda, we do have a law that speaks to a mandatory ID for all Ugandans, and it also speaks to the consequences of not having that ID, which does include access to social services, as I had earlier mentioned. So these laws and policies, in my case, would need to be revised at the very first place to carry out a human rights-based assessment of our ID system. No one is doing that. The government and the people that are running these systems are not as interested in the human rights impact of these systems as they should be. So then the digital ID system then does not become an instrument for inclusive development. It then becomes an instrument that doesn't foster the development that we need. And if we are looking to achieving the sustainable development goals and all these global goals that we have set targets for, it's unlikely, given the systems within which we work, given the laws and the policies that have been put in place, that we shall be able to achieve that. And because of this, my organization, which is the Initiative for Social and Economic Rights, and other partner organizations, did bring this matter to court to litigate, knowing very well that the foundation of the exclusionary effects of the digital ID in my country are really best in the law itself and in the policies that have been passed. So we need to shift from a place where the digital ID is majorly for security, and to move, as you rightly said, to a place where it's for inclusive development. The way we get there will need us to revise our laws. It will need us to undertake an assessment of the impact of the system so far. So now that we are adopting a new digital ID the next year, what have we done to assess how far we've gone in the past years? And that's something that hasn't yet been done in my country, and that is unlikely to be done. So what we have then is a country that is ready to move on to another phase, but that hasn't sat down to think through what challenges did we experience in the first phase and how do we remedy those challenges. And that right there speaks to the political will. Because as we know, the digital ID systems in themselves don't work in a vacuum. They work within systems of government. So if the government in itself, the actors responsible, the ones that are behind the system, are not willing to ensure that the system is as inclusive as it should be, or to provide alternatives for those that are unable or are left out, then we will not be able to move to a place where the policies and the laws are apart from security concerns, majorly to human rights concerns. Then I also believe the other thing that would push us in that direction is the involvement. The direct beneficiaries of a digital ID system are the community, the end users. We need to find a way to include those end users in the discussion, to offer them platforms in which they can be able to interface with the providers of this system, to offer a remedial mechanism that works, that is able to provide effective remedy, that is able to provide remedy that is timely. Because as we know, for issues that affect social and economic rights, health, education, these are ongoing violations. So the more we sit on it, the worse the violation gets, the more people are affected. So it's really an issue that would be inclusive. It involves both the actors that are behind the system, for them to have the political will to change the system, to make sure it's inclusive. It involves the users of the system to get involved, to participate, to have a voice, to state where the changes need to be, And that platform needs to ensure that whatever is provided is actually able to be implemented, so that goodwill to be able to move towards a more inclusive system is actually what we need in this case.
And I'm glad you've mentioned that, because that gives me the opportunity to segue right into what I wanted to talk about. When we're thinking about accountability, of course, we have to think of who is involved, who stands to benefit. And apart from the very obvious states that we're seeing pushing for these IDs, who else is involved in pushing for these structures and these technologies that we don't know about? What do they stand to gain? Those are some of the things that we need to ask ourselves. And I think I'd like to come to Thomas for a bit, just to get your thoughts on who is to be held accountable and what do they stand to gain.
I mean, there is a multitude of interest groups involved. Of course, it's the government that usually launch these systems. It's the vendors that build them. In a way, of course, it's not just vendors, it can also be existing platforms. Telecom operators, for example, often have projects like these, because in countries with SIM card registration, they already hold the identity data of their own customers. Then there's also in the financial sector, for example, that whole field of credit scoring, where we also have huge networks of identity providers whose main job is not so much giving a score about your credibility, but really proving that you exist as a person, so-called positive data, which is also a highly questionable practice under the GDPR. And ultimately, of course, there's also international organizations like the World Bank, but I think Access Now knows far better about that particular actor. And one ally that we have in this debate that we also relied on in our work was academics. There is a very stable and emerging field on technological solutions to at least get privacy by design into these systems. And some of these academic works also make it into ISO or W3C standards. And there is also the so-called self-sovereign identity movement, which does provide a few of the solutions on a technological level, but there is also an unhealthy relationship of the SSI community with blockchain technology and venture capital, let me put it like that. So that means that those allies have to be probably taken with a grain of salt. And yeah, I mean, the EU definitely fancies itself as a global rule maker, and so whatever their system might become, and I'm in no way confident that it will be a system that we could build upon, that we could be proud of as European, that also respects the values that we think we stand for, that we will know middle of next year, hopefully, when the legislative process is concluded. But there is no one size fits all. I think a common technology stack that adheres to many of the principles that we just heard, also in terms of allowing for inclusive and participatory rulemaking, I think that can be very helpful on a global scale. But ultimately, without the right regulatory framework to also control who can be the relying party that verifies something about you, what are the rights for me as a natural person not to use that system, and still being a citizen, being also a workforce in the country as an employed person. So I think these things can never be solved on a global level. These are always specific, and yeah.
Very good points there about specific problem solving. It's not a one size fits all. And Laura, Thomas has put you in a little bit of trouble here just by mentioning academia. I'd like to get your thoughts on this as well.
Okay, well, I don't particularly yet consider myself an academic. Maybe I'll settle into it, but I'll do my best. No, I mean, so listening to everyone's remarks, up until now, I was thinking a little bit about kind of the longer term trajectory and the involvement of academia, and ultimately the private sector, going all the way back to thinking about collecting information about the general electorate, back in the 1940s, 50s, 60s in the United States. This was an enterprise that was incubated in the US government and deployed in the Vietnam War and tested there. How much information can you gather about a population, and how can you use that to manipulate and influence social and political structures. That enterprise then moved into the private sector, and now here we are talking about how Google and Facebook shouldn't be the ones to verify identification, that it needs to move back into the government, where the idea originally initiated. So I think in some instances, exporting of some of these state projects to academia and think tanks and the private sector, has not turned out well, or has resulted in some of the huge structural problems that we're here talking about. But at the same time, looking at access for researchers who can really unpick how the systems are operating in practice, some of the issues around exclusion by design, and how biometric matching actually occurs. These are all protected by business interests, just as in the platform regulation conversations. The algorithms that encourage virality are also often inaccessible, and research on platforms for academics who really want to help to solve these grand social problems of our day is a huge question. And so I do think that there's a role to play there, but that's part of a bigger conversation about how do you actually how do you define the power that's moving back and forth between private actors and the state? How do you actually, what is that power? Where does it sit? And ultimately it is a question of a rule of law and a sovereign people exercising power over the people who are charged with organized government, and so we need to think about checks and balances across these spheres in a new way, and it can't just be a hot potato that keeps bouncing back and forth between the private sector and then they're the bad guy and the state. I think that that's a fundamental question for governance that digital ID systems pose, and we're kind of touching different parts of the elephant here, but I think an actual radical kind of revolutionary conversation about how do you put things in check really needs to be had.
Thanks, Laura. At this point, I'd like to throw to the room, and we're going to take maybe 3 or 4 interventions, questions. And as you think about this, I can see a lot of faces in the room that are, in advocacy and policy, and I'd like you to think about what has worked for you, what hasn't worked, what do we need to stop doing, where do we need to focus our energies. So, yeah, please. Yes, right there.
Hello, everybody. Very interesting discussion. It's great to have this variety of perspectives, also the European perspective, which is very interesting. My name is Jose, and I've been doing a bit of research on this. And I think one interesting thing that we could think about is what could be a vision, or what could be the broader strategic objective of civil society and human rights oriented researchers, etc. No? And I think it's clear that we have to have perhaps we need to develop a positively worded or constructive objective that can be a pushback for this other push, which is the push for mass digitalization, which, as we know, is driven by businesses, by interested government, etc. No, so I think the broader strategic objective could be something like moving from mass digitalization towards protection and inclusion or inclusive development, no? As the speaker has said. So I think that's an interesting thing to think about, because one problem that I think we have is that when we talk with World Bank, governments, etc., sometimes the human rights critique can seem like obstructive, no? Or can seem like we are against technology or against progress or whatever, and it's not true. No, what we want is to build systems that are inclusive, that protect people, that do not leave anybody behind, no, in UN language. So that's my point. And another point that I think is interesting to think about is, from an international cooperation perspective, there has been not enough sensitivity to fragile regimes. You know, Laura mentioned Afghanistan, but we also have Myanmar, where the Austrian government and the World Bank at some point were thinking about how to promote digital ID in a place with very clear discriminatory laws, no? And now there's a coup d'etat, and it's even worse, no? And we also have other countries. Sudan is another one with a recent. So international development assistance on digital IDs and fragile regimes, I think, is something we also need to think about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think you said something that reminded me of something that Mercy, who is joining us online, also mentioned, that a lot of the times we're working from a point of resignation, where we've said to ourselves, okay, the systems are here. What do we do about them? So I'd like us to move a little bit away from that and start asking, why do we need these systems? Again, because I think in the beginning, we asked ourselves that question. And we have a whole campaign around it, and the campaign lead is here from Access Now, called YID, because we need to know in the first place, before we even start litigating on how perfect or imperfect these systems are, why do we need them in the first place? Marianne.
Thank you, Bridget. And yes, to build on that and to follow up also on what Jose was saying, I think that there has been a collapse on concepts where identity and legal identity has been basically conflated with digital identity, and somehow then digital identity has become the goal, the target. Digital identity and technology in general should never be the goal or the target. It is a tool. And therefore, I think that the way in which the work that we do as civil society is framed as negative, as that we are always basically complaining about everything, and we don't like anything. We don't like identity, apparently, at all. We don't like the right to identity. It is because of that conflation. And so there needs to be a reframing in narrative. Digital identity is not but another tool. And identity and legal identity for all can be accomplished through a variety of tools, right? And if we manage to separate that, we have there a positive narrative. We are pro legal identity for all. We are pro the right to identity. We are only addressing, is this the way to accomplish that? Is the digitization of identity the way to accomplish that? And if so, is this the right way? The specific implementation, which is different in every country, is it the right way to accomplish that? And I think that reframing in narrative is urgent, because, again, we are being painted now, which is, I find extremely strange, we are being painted as the bad guy in this position, like we are against a very basic human rights, that it doesn't make any sense that we are against that. So that separation of concepts, I think it's an important place to begin with. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Asnaka from Ethiopia. I would like to suggest a few comments regarding to laws, proclamation, and regulation, and making framework different policies. We have to think about disability, female, young, and children. So when it was this considering, we have to we have to encourage female scientists in Africa as well in the world. So how many scientists in the world are female and male? So everywhere in the world, men are, dominate over scientists, over engineer, over doctor. Whereas females, no, the reverse is true. We have to think about how produce female scientists to be produced in Africa and the world. The second one, entrepreneurship capacity. We have to capacitate in terms of, how to think about entrepreneurial, to be economy actively. So we have to think about our children's, our disabilities, and our young children to be produce entrepreneurial capacity. And another is to be manager and leadership. For example, take into Ethiopian consideration, 35% of our leaders, higher leaders are women. You see, including the president of Ethiopia, she was a woman. And also other sectors are women. Women are ministers and vice ministers. There should be, we have to encourage young children and disability. Disability must also, it should be prime minister at the same time. Why do president with disability? They can. So we have to encourage disability and elders. The another thing, we have to give capacity building for our disabilities, female, young, and children's. Without, children's ethics, how do the world to become positive? No, we have to think about in terms of laws and in terms of code and regulation. We have to think about how ethical consideration of children's in this world. Finally, we have to think about, digitalization and indigenous knowledge regarding to innovative idea. We have to grant solution for different gaps. For example, maybe the gap is skill. The gap may be attitude. The gap may be new knowledge. So we have to think about always in terms of regulations, laws and formulations and policy. We have to think about more about disability, more about women, more about children. We have to think about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, inclusivity is definitely something that we need to think about when building around accountability and digital ID systems. We'll come to you and then we'll go to you.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Juan Dorigar from Fundación Carisma, based in Bogota, Colombia. And we've been working on identity systems as well for some time. And I was trying to think of the question on whether we should change strategies on holding governments and other institutions accountable for this sort of thing. And I have a rather specific question on that, I think, not aimed at anybody in particular, but for the whole panel. And it is, we recurrently see the justification being either security or efficiency in most cases. But across our research, we have not been able to see much data on that. There's a lack of evidence to prove that those systems are more efficient. And I understand that it's a very double-edged knife to ask for this kind of evidence to hold those powers accountable, because if you ask for that, you're also encouraging them to gather that evidence in terms of security, for instance, which is the thing I'm sure we don't want to do. But I think that angle of attack towards the problem may give another sort of solution, which is aimed at starting a conflict between the providers and the demand, and thinking of that perhaps not complete, I don't know how to express this, how the difference between interests in those groups, on expanding on that might be something that could challenge the systems as a whole. I think, I don't know, that perhaps the question was not as specific as I thought, but if you know of evidence for that, that would be great. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll get one last intervention and then we're going to come back to our panelists for closing remarks and answers to some of the questions that have been asked in the room.
Okay, thank you. My name is Tesfaye. I am from Ethiopia, from the judiciary. I'm a vice president for Federal First Instance Court. And it's good the panelist has give an insightful presentations on digital ID infrastructure, and I got a lot of understanding from your presentation. Thank you for that. As I came from the judiciary, I want to raise a legal question. The first one is it possible to make a digital ID registration as a mandatory to get different services? Because I think constitutionally, also in the international conventions, this right to privacy has been duly respected one. Therefore, if we make it condition precedent for persons to register in order to get different social services, then there is going to be a case. I think there are also cases in Kenya, also in Uganda, because they say that we have been excluded and we don't get such a services, therefore it is against our privacy. Therefore, I think crafting laws, digital ID laws and privacy laws should go in line with international human rights standards on the right to privacy. If we don't, then the issue will come to the courts and finally it may create its own problems. Therefore, how we are going to ensure that? Are we going to make it mandatory or are we going to make it voluntary? Even if we make it mandatory, then it may go against this right to privacy. If we let it as a voluntary, then the number of people who is going to register digitally will be low. Then the benefits that we want to get from digital ID registration might be low. Therefore, how we are going to balance mandatory and voluntary in order to tap the benefit from this digital ID. The second one is on making voluntary the public to register. I think sensitization and capacity building and awareness creation is very critical. Even if you make it mandatory, then the people will not come. They need to know the benefit of registered digitally. Therefore, I think that's also a very important thing. The third thing that I want to add is interoperability is also very important. Like if we add different datas again and again, then the right to privacy may be minimized. Therefore, the data that we need to collect should be minimal for the sake of giving services, for the sake of identifying that person from another person to minimize fraud and other things. Therefore, interoperability of data and registrations is, I think, also very critical. As my country, Ethiopia, we have entering this digital age, and the government has enacted Digital Ethiopia 2025, a strategy. It's a good strategy, a comprehensive strategy. And also there are different laws on the pipeline that the parliament should enact, like digital ID proclamation, privacy protection, data protection proclamations. Therefore, if we make these laws, these policies work, then I think Ethiopia can also join the digital world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm so sorry we might not be able to take your question, but please feel free to follow up with us after the panel. I just want to say a couple of things before I throw back to the panelists. A good number of things have been mentioned from the interventions from the room, and I know, for instance, we've mentioned just now interoperability, but in the same sense, since we're talking about accountability, if we do have that, then we need some form of transparency, some form of openness. You know, what is being done, who has access, things like that. We don't get that, again, because of the national security argument. So that's something that we need to think about, and I'm sure some of the panelists would mention that in response. I would like to come back to our panelists and just have everyone go around in 2 or 3 minutes and just mention, perhaps in response to the questions as well as in closing, from the conversation that we've had today and from the work that you've done, what does accountability mean to you when it comes to digital ID infrastructure and digital ID technology as it is being deployed? What would make the most sense, and what what would it mean for you when it comes to a point and you say, now we have accountability, or now we're heading towards accountability? Because as Mercy rightly mentioned, the goalposts keep shifting. And so at what point do we say that we're heading towards accountability? So I'm going to start with Yusuf, and then I'm going to go to Mercy online, and then we'll go around.
I think that's a beautiful question, and I think it's linked with a practical question that was asked about what should civil society do, what is our strategy. I think that will immediately take you to analyzing who are the key actors, who is doing what, and what are their interests. I think the panel has really analyzed that very well in terms of saying, there's governments and then there is corporations. And it is these two actors that are sort of, as Laura put it, playing a game of ping pong. So the question is, what should civil society more broadly, not just NGOs, but the people and all other actors, what should they do? Corporations are private entities that are profit motivated. I think there is a lot of conversation about business and human rights in terms of holding them accountable, but I think it's really it's an area that is really developing and hasn't yet gotten a major hook in terms of holding corporations accountable. I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done around that, and a lot of conversation needs to be had. So the question now revolves to issues of power, which is now what influences politicians, which is what influences governments. Governments are able to, through taxation, through regulation, hold these corporations to account, and they themselves now are not a monolith. Governments are influenced in various different ways. We've done, and as a lawyer, they say that when the only tool you have is a hammer, everything begins to look like a nail. So we find that, I think the panel consists of quite a lot of lawyers. You find litigation, and that's why I was talking about the judiciary. A lot of these things are heading to the courts because that's the tool that is very common in terms of holding governments, and by extension these corporations that are pushing this agenda forward to account. But I think we need to, sorry to say this, but we need to sort of step back and think about advocacy more broadly in terms of how do we influence parliamentarians, how do we influence ministers in the executive whenever these conversations are being had, and we need to do a lot of power analysis. Like, I like the question about that one posed in terms of, a lot of push is either efficiency or security, but nobody has really unpacked that. It's just amorphous presentation of what that is. My feeling is that the real motivation in the end will be about money, because that's what a lot of things are always about. And I think that is what we really need to analyze properly, do a lot of research with academia, campaign around it. And I think a lot of success can be had if we push as civil society to ensure that people are being held to account with regard to ensuring that if we have to roll out digital IDs, then they're rolled out in a manner that respects fundamental rights and freedoms.
Thank you for that, Yusuf. Mercy, are you still with us?
Yes, I am. So I think there was a question that resonated very strongly with me, which is what is the goal? What are we trying to achieve? And I asked myself the same thing, and honestly, all this conversation is centered around putting the person in the middle of the conversation. how we've been approaching digital ID advocacy, litigation up to this point is it's about the data and it's about the government services. And now we need to sort of, what's the focus? The focus is what Yusuf has been talking about and Elizabeth has been saying. The effect is discrimination. The effect is people who've already been excluded are going to continue being excluded. Put it in the hands of an authoritarian government, it looks like genocide in some instances. It looks like torture. It looks like abuse of rights when it comes to human rights activists. So I think it could be center the conversation so that at all times our eyes are on what's happening to the person, not the data, because privacy conversations tend to, I don't know, separate the human being from the data as if you can look at them differently and you can't. And the one plus with that kind of approach is when it comes to accountability, then your bottom line is what's the human rights effect of what is happening? It's no longer about standards, it's no longer about what the act provides like to a T, because the act could be wrong, the law could be the problem. Even the irreducible minimums we were talking about earlier, they could be bad irreducible minimums, right? But if you step back and say, are there negative human rights effects to this system, then that's the bottom line. So when you do a human rights audit on the entire system, are there people, for example, who are being disadvantaged? Are there people who are being targeted? Human rights activists, journalists, for example, is that one of the likely results? All those are human rights issues. It just hit me that a lot of the times when governments say government services, they don't mean like free medical care. They mean like your ability to register a company on the platform or your ability to get a passport. I mean, those are secondary rights. They may be anchored in some form of human right, but those are not the main human rights, which is your right to live and your right to dignity. So that for me is the beginning and the end of the conversation. At all times, let's center the person and then judge the system from what it does to the people in the country. I do like the suggestion about changing the strategy. Listen, it's like a computer. If this is the first time you're introducing a computer to someone, they're going to be so impressed. Or you just touch this button and this thing comes alive and it has all these icons, they're going to be so impressed. So the government's story is very easy to tell, that we can come up with a database and it would be so easy to identify, and they can demonstrate it with evidence. Our case is much harder because it's based on a lot of hypotheses. So this is where now investment in research becomes very, very necessary. We need to sort of match their research, not their research, but their demonstrations with our own scientifically backed demonstrations. So when they're saying it's good because it produces this result, we can use the exact same machine and say, oh, but have you met the dark web? Something like that. Have you met this side of the exact same machine? That's how we're going to be able to get through also to the lawmakers and also to judges, because right now it just looks like one person has an expert who's painting a very good story and one has at best, it's a PhD thesis that, there's a worst case scenario that could happen in a million years. Whereas we know them to be real, we don't have scientific evidence of that. There's something else I just wanted to zero in on. The whole issue about the digital identity, how come now all of a sudden we are confusing it with legal identity? And I wanted to say that that's what happens. That's the unnatural result of focusing on the data and forgetting about the person. If you're wholly just looking at, we need the system, what you end up with is, the mandatory requirements that for you to access this, then you have to have a digital ID. So that cannot be allowed to happen. And how we fix it is changing the strategy and then also changing the conversation, the nature of the conversation. First, stop with accepting defeat, that we have to have a system like that, so challenge the basis of why we're having the system, but at the same time, what are our bare minimums as a community? We want, respect for human rights, and then judge any system that comes up from that basis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mercy. We have about 3 minutes, so I'm going to ask that you be very brief in your closing remarks. We're going to go Laura, and then Elizabeth, and then Thomas.
Okay. So very quickly, and just picking up on the idea of putting the human at the center, I was having thoughts along very similar lines, and just taking a step back, on that point of conflation between legal identity and digital identity. I think that what we also missed when that conflation took hold, well, maybe two things. So the conflation happened in global spaces where it's the underlying assumption, you're working on sort of an international relations, international law framework, and so all states in the international system are fundamentally equal, which I think we all know is a drastic fiction. But that's that's how that conflation was so easy to have happen, and most of the actors that are kind of feeding into it and then feeding off of it are moving in that space. And that meant that also the legal subjecthood of the people that we've been speaking about today was assumed away. And also human rights, the full panoply of human rights was really drastically reduced. And so I wanted to react to our colleague from the judiciary, thank you very much for putting those questions. I'd love to talk with you more after the session. But I think just from the human rights framework, there are a couple of things from my research, including for the case in Uganda, around economic and social and cultural rights that I thought I could point to, and also from disability rights, like the other colleague had brought up. So the International Convention on Economic and Social and Cultural Rights has a concept of non-retrogression, which is a really under-theorized, underutilized, not well understood concept, but it basically means that the states that have signed up to that covenant, which are many, can't go backwards at a certain point. What like Mercy was talking about, irreducible minimums. And I think a framework of accountability that's real should mean that there's a new playing field for state obligations that are going to think about using technology, where we really have to define that floor, and we have to define it from the perspective of what does progressive realization mean now? Because maybe it could mean something different if you want to think positively about these new tools. And they really are only tools. I completely agree with that. The other point is from disability rights. So from those of us who were working on nationality law and citizenship stripping and denial of analog identity, the Disability Rights Convention and just the whole framework of anti-discrimination around disability rights is really powerful and incredible. And there's a specific article on the right to identity and the right to citizenship in Article 18 of that convention. And what disability rights in general asks us to the standpoint we're asked to take is a structural one from the get-go. We have to look at the way that entire systems and sort of the functioning of society works and how it doesn't work for a whole diverse subset of the population. And so I think that kind of approach to thinking about rights and equality when it comes to digital ID should be the fundamental starting point. And so I think it goes beyond privacy, but there are some really amazing protections in some of the privacy cases, not at the level of defining what the right to privacy means, but in the mechanics of how a fundamental right should be analyzed by the judicial actors, and therefore understood by other actors in the sort of government system. And that has to do with the people who are affected having a minimal burden to show that a right is engaged, an initial minimal burden, and then shifting the obligation, the serious obligation, onto the state, in this case, or also onto corporate actors, to come back and substantially show, and I think this goes to Juan's question as well, to show with a substantial evidence that there are no less restrictive alternatives than the path that's been chosen. And that has to come with some serious disclosures. And if these actors understand that that's the threshold of accountability, then that does actually change their behavior outside of the courtroom as well.
A common thread I'm hearing really is focusing on the human being in the center of all of this and making sure that they have the least responsibility and shifting that to the people that are actually running this programs. I'm very much on board with, concentrating on the human being, and, that's what human rights is the right of the human, isn't it? So, yeah, we do need to reshift our focus. Thomas.
You asked the biggest question at the end. I think we can go back to accountability needs to be measured by the goal of these systems. And Juan really asked the right question, like, are these claims actually true? That frame helped us a lot in the anti-surveillance debate to really question whether those systems make us more secure. Or isn't the purpose of the security camera another? Isn't it social control? Isn't it the sculpturing of society, of where people go to protest and so forth? And in a way, we ended up with the opposite of the goal. I mean, we were dreaming in the 80s from a machine-readable state. Now we are at the brink of a machine-readable citizen. And the second dimension for accountability is the technology that we use. And privacy by design has to mean that, yeah, there needs to be interoperability, but we still have to uphold the need-to-know principle. And the user has to be in control, has to see who access their data, has to prevent any observability of their daily interactions on these platforms from any centralized entity. My universities shouldn't see where I use my diploma, which potential employers I'm applying to. So should the government not see where I prove my age to enter an establishment or buy something. So unlinkability, untrackability, those are solvable problems. And we do have the standards. In a way, the technology is the easiest dimension to solve. And the third really is the effect on the citizens, on the population, and there the human rights impact assessment and actually trying to dig deep in what this will mean for particularly the marginalized groups in our society. I think that's always the obligation of digital rights. We have to think to the end and from the end, but particularly with these systems that are horizontal platforms, that's even more important.
I'm going to make mine really short. I believe the digital ID doesn't operate in a vacuum. It's supposed to work within systems that are established. If that includes birth registration, if that includes making sure that we build infrastructure that supports the digital ID system to ensure that everyone is included, then that's something that we need to adopt as an approach instead of just getting the system wholesome and putting it there and expecting it to work. So in terms of what we need to do more specifically, I believe even within our systems we need to improve the access to information for the user. Those people that are included in the system, making sure that they are aware of their rights, making sure that they are aware of which platforms have been availed for them to be able to air out whatever views they need to air out, and making sure that we build a system which actually reflects our vision, our goal of ensuring a more inclusive society for all. And if we are doing that, then we are able to build trust in the system, and would never have a situation where people refuse to go and register. Because if we have systems in place, if we have enrollment centers close to the people, if we have with a population that is generally illiterate, being able to break down the system for them just so that they can understand. More and more you find that then you're building trust in the system. And the real reason we are even having this discussion, I believe, is because there is a little bit of mistrust. whether it comes from issues around privacy and security, and more expansively, the exclusion that comes with it. But really, the bedrock of this discussion is the mistrust that people have with the digital ID system. And if we want the system to work, then we need to tackle that mistrust. And that includes making sure that we include everyone in the design, in the implementation, in the operation, rethinking through and strategically asking ourselves the question, like we have asked, is it a system that we maintain, or do we allow room for other forms of identification to help people access the services that they need? And that's a question that we've shied away from. Even on forum, when it's brought up, it's not a question that people are willing to ask, because then it seems that that question would in itself bring down the very system which they are developing. But more and more we've seen that it's a question that needs to be answered. Do we allow alternatives? Why are we making it mandatory? How then do we ensure that everyone is included? These are important questions that expand beyond a civil society work, that go to the core of government services, that go to the core of multinational support that is being put into these systems. So I believe it's something that we need to sit objectively to discuss and find a remedy for. Otherwise, then we'll go round in circles. 5 years down the road, we are back on the table asking ourselves, highlighting the exclusions, but not really providing a remedy for the exclusions that are happening. So for me, that's my takeaway from this. How do we go forward?
Thank you all so much. This session has been very useful for me, and I hope that it's been useful for all of you in the room. Thank you for being here with us and sticking with us until the end. I know that we took a little bit more of your time than we intended to, but we really appreciate you being here. And I know we're coming to the end of the IGF. I hope you've had really insightful sessions before this one, and after this one, maybe you might attend one or two more. But again, thank you for your insights, and thank you for being here with us. Have a lovely day.
Recording in progress.
Good morning.
I'm sorry, I was mute. Good morning for me. I don't know what are.
What time it is?
Yes.
Yeah, for me it's 11:30, and for you I assume it's much earlier.
Yes, 7:36 a.m.
Not too terrible, but still quite early.
No, it's okay. I usually get up early, so it's okay for me.
Okay, good.
Hi, Francesca. Hi, Mariella.
Hi.
Can you
Hi.
hear me? Okay, great. I don't know if you see the room or you just listen.
No, we
Okay.
can't see you.
Okay. They're gonna turn the camera in a bit, so we're gonna test this, but we see you and hear you perfectly, so that's great.
Should we test our slides?
Oh, you have slides?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Could you? So I have a video for Mariella and
Mhm.
Francesca. Do you mind you can share the slides as well if that's more comfortable to you. How would you prefer?
I would prefer to do it myself if that's okay, but would you like me to test it now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Can you see it?
Not yet, but it's loading.
It's fine.
Perfect. We can see them perfectly.
Yeah. Great.
Can you please
Okay.
change and okay, great.
Can I try?
Yes, please go ahead.
And the video?
Historias para Armar is a digital platform that
Can you listen?
Both of them work, both the presentation and the video. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. We are about ready to start here in the room. We'll just give it one more minute. One of our speakers is running late, so we'll just try and wait for her, and then we can get started very quickly. In the meantime, if I can ask all of the speakers to turn on their cameras and so the audience can see you. Thank you. Okay, well, in the interest of time, since we only have an hour, I propose we start. Thank you, everyone, for joining this workshop, either here in the room or virtually. This is convened by the International Chamber of Commerce, Business Action to Support the Information Society, ICC basis. And this is the last day of this forum, so you can see that also in the thinning crowd and possibly people having a little bit of fatigue of all the topics. But one element that we've heard throughout this week mentioned is how whether or not we're talking about providing opportunities in economic or social terms, or we're talking about education, or we're talking about growing the digital economy, even if we're talking about some of the challenges and threats on the digital world, everything starts with connectivity. Everything starts about being online and making sure that when you are online, that you find the services, the content, the information that you need to support you wanting to actually go online. And in addition to that, you need the right skills, you need the right capacity to be able to understand what you receive online, and then in ideal cases also to shape it and bring new opportunities into this world. So, as I said, connectivity is rapidly become one of the most defining features of our everyday life. But what we need to be careful about, or we need to be mindful about, is that connectivity is not a one-size-fits-all issue. We cannot do it one way for everyone. There are common elements, but we need to be very mindful of the audience. Who is it that we're trying to bring online? What is the context in which we are bringing them online? And this is especially true when we're talking about children and kids. Bringing children and young people online requires a lot more than just expanding connectivity. The internet offers many opportunities for learning, communication, creativity, and entertainment. It also opens up certain risks to vulnerable users, such as children. It is imperative that we ensure a safe and trustworthy environment for them, engaging with new technologies and spending time online. Developing such an environment requires obviously multi-stakeholder cooperation to foster appropriate policy, legal and regulatory environments, responsible practices by all stakeholders, as well as ensuring relevant capacity building and skills development. So in this workshop, in the next hour, we'll discuss these elements of building a safe and trustworthy online environment for children, and the roles and responsibilities of the various stakeholder groups in fostering such an environment. It's going to be a fairly easy job for me as a moderator, because I will have the same question to all of my four lovely panelists who are joining me today. and they are all experts in their own fields from their own stakeholder groups in this issue. So in order of alphabetical order, I have Miss Rachel Cooper, who's education specialist at UNICEF, and she will be delivering a video statement to start off our conversation. I also have Ms. Francesca Gottschalk, who's a policy analyst at OECD, Ms. Toko Mia, who's project manager for Girl Hype Coders Academy, and she'll be joining us on site shortly. I have Mr. Simon Morrison, senior policy manager at Amazon, and Ms. Mariela Raymond, founding member and director of Chicos.net. So I will ask this panel really, just from your perspective, from your work, what is it that you feel is the most important element on creating an online world for children that is safe and trustworthy? And share with us any positive or negative examples from your line of work, and highlight any challenges and opportunities that you see in this. So to start us off, I will turn to Simon. Simon also has a little video, I think, that you want to share with us to start off your comments. So over to you, and curious to see what you have to share with us. Manny, will you be playing the video? Or?
It seems that my sharing is not enabled yet. Let me quickly...
Yeah, we'll have to enable the sharing feature for the screen so that we can show the video. Apologies. Just 1 second until the tech team helps us on site.
Sure.
Sorry, we don't have the audio enabled for the screen sharing. The tech team, please. We don't have the audio enabled for the screen sharing.
Right. No. In the interest of time, I'd be happy to go directly into my remarks. But I would encourage interested people to go to Amazon's Family Digital Wellbeing Hub online, which is a compendium of all our tools for families, and comprises our thoughts about developing safe communities, safe family environments online. I'll make a few points in addition to what's included in the video. And good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, good day, as it may be where you are. So as you will see in that video, our goal at Amazon is to help parents protect their children online while giving children the freedom to explore, discover, and play using our devices and services. That framing is intentional because we think there's a lot of opportunity online for children and families that is best accessed within reasonable guardrails. Now, to make this possible, we launched a service called Amazon Kids, which is celebrating its 10th anniversary this year. That service helps parents manage the ways their children interact with technology, including by limiting screen time, but with many other features. And I'll just describe a few of the key elements of how Amazon Kids thinks about what we call trust by design. So there are 4 elements I'll walk through. The first is choices for adults. So we offer easy-to-use tools that tailor digital experiences aligned to individual parenting styles, including your decisions about screen time, about the content your children see, and the features that they can access on their own. 2, freedom for children, as I've indicated previously. We believe that the benefits of independent exploration, discovery, and play, always within safe boundaries, are incredibly important. Through Amazon Kids and through our services, children can access a library of thousands of videos, books, games, and apps pre-filtered for their maturity level by their parents or guardians. And parents can control their usage in an ongoing way. Third, I'll talk about curation. So we provide kid-appropriate content experiences through curated and filtered services. So for example, our subscription media service, Amazon Kids Plus, has entirely hand-selected content, which parents are then able to curate further, but the corpus itself is already pre-screened and filtered. And then finally, privacy and security. Amazon's devices, services, and controls are designed with multiple layers of privacy and security at their core. So you have control over your family's experience on devices, in apps, and in browser, in interactions with Alexa, and you have control over your family's privacy and data collection and use on these services. Finally, while we are very thoughtful about how we design these products, and we design them with families' needs in mind, we are aware that we don't have all of the expertise as a private company, and so we rely on experts in this space. We work closely with groups like Family Online Safety Institute, FOSI, the Digital Wellness Lab at Boston Children's Hospital, and other groups to leverage the breadth of expertise out there as we build these offerings. And we welcome input and guidance from the broader community. I look forward to today's discussion. Thanks for having us.
Thank you very much, Simon, and thank you for these interventions. Apologize for the small technical glitch. We will try and, not as a preamble, but as a closing of your remarks, to try and see the video again, and let's see if the tech team can have it up on screen now.
Kids were funny, unpredictable. Kids were funny, unpredictable. And even when they seem like tech experts, they still need their...
Can you hear me? Yes.
That's why Amazon offers an entire collection of kids' products and services.
Okay. Good morning
We're trying to play the video online.
Thank you for this invitation. I'm very happy to be here and to have the opportunity to share with you the reality of children in Latin America, one of the most unequal regions in the world. Our organization, Chicos del Net, has been working for 25 years.
Mariela, I'm sorry, we are having some difficulty in technical space. Mariela, sorry, can I stop you there for a second? Sorry, we were trying to play the video in the room while you were speaking online, so there seems to be some sort of glitch. We didn't hear what you were saying because we were trying to play the video in the room. Can you hear me?
Oh, I'm sorry, the audio, I cannot understand, excuse me.
Can you hear me? Can the tech team just help us with the audio from the room towards the Zoom, please? Can you hear me now, Mariela?
Yeah, no, excuse me. Again, can you say it again? Are you seeing oh, my audio is maybe I can.
No, Mega, we're having issues hearing Timea. We can't actually hear you properly in the room.
Okay, but do you think it's my problem or their problem?
No, I think it's a problem in the room.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
Marila, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, we were just having some issues with the audio here in the room. I very much apologize for the glitches, but in the interest of time, we will ask you to start your intervention again because we could not hear you while you were speaking. So please go ahead and start your intervention again. Sorry.
Okay. So thank you for the invitation. I'm happy to be here, and I'm very happy to share with you, to have the opportunity to share with you the reality of children in Latin America. Is one of the most unequal regions in the world. Our organization, Chicos.net, has been working for 25 years to improve the well-being of children in the connected society. We have witnessed the huge impact of digital technologies on children's lives. As digitalization grows, so do inequities, and many children remain excluded from opportunities to learn and develop. So the main issue we have to focus on today is how to achieve meaningful and also equitable access to digital media. And why? Oh, I'm sorry. Why is the question so important and complex in Latin America? We all know that there are still children that are totally offline, and this is a big challenge. But the biggest and more invisible gap is the difference between those who have the skill to use and take advantage of digital media and those who do not and then remain behind. Even if 100% of children were connected, the social digital divide would persist because it is related to inequities that exist outside and before the digital world. If children cannot read or they cannot understand what they read, if children cannot solve a problem, or a lot of them they don't have enough cognitive skill, then we have to think well how we bring technology to them and what for. I will show you now, I will show you now a project we have designed together with the Walt Disney Company, taking this reality into account.
Historias para Armar is a digital platform that offers boys and girls aged 8 through 11 the chance to create their own stories on digital media. By combining the art of storytelling with digital resources in the maker culture, it fosters the acquisition of the skills of the 21st century, both at a social and emotional level, and in terms of literacy, leveraging the opportunities brought on by technology. The platform is organized in 3 core stages: explore, create, and tell. Explore offers an original fiction miniseries aimed at inspiring and introducing the art of storytelling. Create offers an interactive platform that walks the kids through the process of writing their stories. Tell invites the children to turn those stories into video games, sound stories, animations, short films, comics, and more. Since it began, Historias para Armar has achieved outstanding results. Over 200,000 unique users in the website. Over 100,000 stories created through the platform. Over 29,000 teachers benefited directly. Over 800,000 children are already part of Historias para Armar. Llegar a una comunidad donde no se tiene esos privilegios fue maravilloso.
This lady, she belongs to an indigenous community in Colombia. The design of Historias para Amar that means in Spanish stories to make or stories to assemble, includes at least 6 key strategies that cannot be missed if we want to generate meaningful and inclusive projects. First of all, Historias para Mar focuses on 21st century skills in a holistic way. The project is not about technology, but about creativity, expression, problem solving, collaboration, learning. Digital technologies are the tool. The project is about literacy in its widest sense. Today, literacy means reading, writing, and acquiring digital languages. Second, the importance of active learning to promote smart and creative users. Historias para Armar is based on a learning by doing model, by exploring, creating, playing with digital media. We don't want children growing up thinking that devices and internet are for watching and listening. We want children to become creators, to think and express themselves, to be active and not passive consumers. Another issue is adult empowerment for a sound digital education. A central strategy is the diversity perspective. We must remember that not two educational communities are alike, so we have to design solutions taking into account different contexts, culture, previous experiences, poor access to devices and Wi-Fi. Another key point is the huge value of multi-sector partnerships between government, private sector organizations to achieve more commitment, scalability, and sustainability. I invite you to access www.historiasparamar.org and create your own story while learning Spanish.
Thank you so much, Mariela. This was a really interesting deep dive into the situation in Latin America, and from there I think we're going to jump over to Europe and hear where Francesca is based, and hear a more international perspective on the work of the OECD and how they are looking at children in the online environment, what are some of the policy recommendations they have, and also how they work with the education sector on some of these issues. Please, Francesca, over to you.
Thank you, Timea. I'm going to share my screen, and hopefully this will work.
Yes,
it's
can
fine.
see it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Perhaps if you can just put it into presentation mode. Yeah, there we go. It's a bit of a lag here in the room. Thank you.
There's a lag. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I am joining you from a quite cold Paris today, very gray as well. My name is Francesca Gottschalk, and I work in the Center for Educational Research and Innovation at the OECD. I'm very happy to be here to share some insights from some of our work around the OECD House on digital risks and digital skills. So without further ado, the Science, Technology, and Innovation Directorate at the OECD in 2021 published their revised typology of risks. So this follows a 4 C's framework. So the first type of digital risk that they've identified is content risks. This is where the child is the recipient of harmful, hateful, or illegal digital content. This could be things such as pornographic, racist, hateful, or illegal content, advertising and spam, or misleading information such as fake news, so mis or disinformation. Conduct risks are where the child is the actor in a peer-to-peer exchange. So this is where a child could be hacking, cyberbullying their peers, or creating and sharing harmful content, such as pornography. Consumer risks are where the child is an active participant in the digital market. So this could be exposure to things like inappropriate, illegal, or unidentified marketing, financial risks, such as digital fraud, or security risks, like scams, identity theft, or malicious code. And finally, we have contact risks. So this is where the child is the victim or the participant in an interactive encounter. So this could be being bullied, being stalked, things like sextortion, sexual trafficking, grooming. And then across these 4 C's, we also have some cross-cutting risks, which encompass privacy risks, advanced technology risks associated with things like AI or new emerging technologies, and also risks to health and well-being. I'd like to say here that it's really important that we understand that risks do not equal harm necessarily. So there are some risks that can cause harm to children, but this depends on a number of factors, including the children's digital skills. So the goal in many, or in all OECD countries and countries around the world really is nowadays to create digital environments where children can safely learn, play, and explore. This kind of echoes what Simon said as well. So we know in many systems we have a number of different ways in which we handle different digital risks inside and outside of education. This can be providing information through resources and campaigns, thinking through ways in which we can support children outside of school, such as reporting mechanisms for cyberbullying or exposure to illegal content. There are also frameworks, policies, and legal avenues in which we can deal with different digital risks. Many school systems use things like safe logins, single sign-ons, and secure content and filters in schools. And a number of systems use integrated approaches where they take various approaches included in this list. And what I'd like to focus on in the next couple of minutes is thinking about the digital skills of students and teachers and thinking about partnerships with digital experts and other third sector actors. Quickly, I'd like to talk about the myth of the digital native. If I was there in the room with you, I would ask you to raise your hands if you've heard of kids being talked about as digital natives, because I think we've all heard this. Thank you, Tamea, Simon. And I'd like to just say that this is a really important myth that we should be busting, because young people cannot be understood as a homogeneous group, and their digital activities vary based on a number of factors. What Mariella was saying about unequal access, also their digital skills, this will affect how children engage in the digital environment. So this data is from EU Kids Online, the 2020 survey from 19 countries. And we see across the board that most children do things like watching video clips, listen to music online daily. Whereas when we look at the top, things like looking for news online or browsing for things to buy or see what things cost, children engage in these kinds of activities in much less than some other online activities. And often this is also associated with things like socioeconomic status. When we look at data from PISA, this is from the latest PISA, the Program for International Student Assessment that the OECD conducts every 3 years. This is from 2018. And we see that students' knowledge of reading strategies for assessing the credibility of sources varies a lot across participating countries and economies. So in this task, students specifically were asked which strategies would be appropriate for responding to a spam email, which is something that I think many of us are exposed to multiple times per day. I can say that for me personally anyway. Then when we look at the difference in the ability to find an appropriate way of responding to spam emails, when we look at the difference between socioeconomically advantaged and disadvantaged students, we see in every participating country and economy that there is a huge gap where socioeconomically advantaged students outperform their disadvantaged peers. And I think this really hits home the idea that children are not digital natives. They do not inherently have the skills needed to navigate the digital environment safely and effectively. And education systems have a huge task ahead of them, thinking about how we can equip all children with the skills that they need to safely and effectively navigate the digital environment to minimize harms and also to maximize opportunities and benefits. So in 2018, in the 21st Century Children Project, we asked education systems, which digital skills are you teaching and at which levels of education? We had 26 responses to this survey, and we see in early childhood and pre-primary education, digital skills at that time, this is a few years ago now, were not widely established across the curriculum. And we know that children are accessing the digital environment from earlier and earlier ages and also by themselves. So having these skills, such as operational skills, being able to use a computer or a tablet, being able to communicate effectively online, these are really important skills to develop from the earliest ages. And now when we see at primary and secondary levels, we see across the board that generally in most systems, these skills are focused on. But really, the emphasis is more in secondary level of education than for younger children in the primary level. And in order to teach these skills to students, teachers really need the ICT skills. They need the technology skills themselves in order to effectively incorporate digital tools into the teaching and learning and also teach children about digital tools. So this is data from TALIS, which is the Teaching and Learning International Survey. And we see that the percentage of teachers who report that they've received ICT skills for teaching in their teacher training, both at the initial and continuing professional development levels, is quite high. But then we also see that this is the second highest level of reported need in terms of professional development. So what are we missing here? Teachers are receiving a lot of training in this area, but do they need more? And also, do we need to think more about the quality of the training that they're receiving? And lastly, the point that I'd like to finish on is that education cannot do it alone. We know that partnering with digitally savvy experts to implement programs, for example, on dealing with cyberbullying, it makes the interventions much more effective than when they're delivered by people who aren't necessarily as digitally savvy. And we see here, this is also data from our 2018 policy survey, that very few education systems require or have present in most schools partnerships with digital experts. Teachers cannot do it alone. In education systems around the OECD and in non-OECD countries, we know that teachers are reporting high levels of stress. They're being asked to do more with fewer resources. So we really need to harness the power of partnerships in order to implement programs both to develop digital literacy and also to keep children safe in the digital environment. And with that, I will stop sharing and I'll pass back to Tamaya. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francesca, and already can see a thread developing here for partnerships on how we can combine some of these initiatives that on the policy level, on the projects level, on the development level, both technically speaking and in terms of content emerging from this discussion. And for that, I think our next speaker, for whom we will play a video intervention, she will highlight also another point that you shared here, especially the fact that we cannot consider children as a homogeneous group, and there are differences that we ought to be circumstantial, contextual differences as well that we need to be aware of when talking about their connectivity. So if I can ask the tech crew to try again and see if we can now have the video intervention by Rachel Cooper from UNICEF.
Hello, everyone. I wish I could be joining you live today, but at the time that this airs, I'll be somewhere in the air from Dakar to New York City, so I recorded this in advance. My name is Rachel Cooper, and I'm an education specialist with UNICEF headquarters, where I focus on digital learning, adolescent skills, and secondary education. I'm very pleased to be joining this conference today on behalf of UNICEF and to share some of our experiences and our approaches to digital learning. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, the world was facing a learning crisis, as many of us are aware. And as many of us also know, the pandemic exacerbated this crisis. As we've seen over the past 3 years, the promise of technology has not been realized for all children. While few countries were well prepared at the onset of the pandemic to provide distance learning at scale, in many other countries, these foundations for distance and digital learning were not in place, and hundreds of millions of children missed out on the opportunity to learn due to a lack of digital content, lack of capacity, and digital skills and literacy, as well as limited access to devices and connectivity. And while progress was made, UNICEF's research has shown that this has stalled. 35% of national digital learning platforms no longer exist or have not been maintained since 2020. This is very problematic. UNICEF will soon be launching a report which provides a pulse check on digital learning, including on the critical importance of digital literacy. Digital literacy is part of the essential skills that young people need for success in school, work, and life. And digital literacy is also critical for the use of digital learning and EdTech. It includes both the skills to be able to use the internet and technology, as well as how to do so safely and securely. And with digital learning, one of our key concerns is that children and young people and all learners are protected online. Estimates show that 90% of jobs in the future will require digital skills. Yet our research shows that nearly 70% of the youth are not on track to develop these skills. And the situation is much worse in sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia. There's also a critical gender dimension to this. Males are 30 times more likely to be on track to acquire digital skills than females. Through Gateways to Public Digital Learning Platforms, a global initiative that was launched at the Transforming Education Summit in New York this past September, UNICEF and partners are working to ensure that every child and young person has access to quality digital learning content and platforms to enable an inclusive and equitable digital transformation of education, whereby every child, every girl and young woman, every child with a disability, every refugee and person impacted by conflict and displacement, and by climate change, every disadvantaged young person can realize their potential to build the skills needed for success in school, life, and work. UNICEF's work in digital learning is focused on equity. We work to reach the most marginalized children. This includes girls, children with disabilities, children on the move, and those impacted by conflict, crisis, climate emergencies, children from minority socioeconomic and language and ethnic groups. This also includes children who have limited or no connectivity. While it's critical to connect all schools and communities to the internet, we know that this is not a quick fix, and we need to reach children where they are now with learning opportunities. This includes through offline and low-tech digital learning solutions. UNICEF's Learning Passport provides learning and skilling opportunities, including literacy, numeracy, and social-emotional learning for the early years to digital, transferable, and entrepreneurial skills for older children and youth, including in humanitarian and fragile contexts. The Learning Passport is expanding reach to marginalized and disadvantaged children in communities with limited internet access through offline device hubs, overcoming a key barrier to digital learning. The Learning Passport is currently active in 27 countries, reaching 2.5 million users and quickly growing. Through our focus on reaching the most marginalized children, UNICEF and the Achilles Foundation have partnered to provide digital learning language opportunities for children and youth, particularly refugees and migrants. This partnership has reached over 55,000 learners and educators across 9 countries, offering free digital language learning courses. It's clear that digital learning has a key role to play in reaching the Sustainable Development Goals for education. Yet the promise of digital learning has not yet been realized. By focusing on those who are being left behind, we can close critical divides and reach all children and young people, no matter who they are or where they are, with the quality learning opportunities that they need and deserve. Thank you.
Well, we've reached end of Rachel's video, which I'm truly sorry that you were not able to hear online. We here in the room managed to hear very well. I will try and summarize very quickly just a couple of things that she said in an attempt to bring some of those perspectives into the conversation for later. And again, apologies on behalf of the tech team here. There seems to be some sort of a glitch with the system. So what Rachel was sharing is highlighting the absolute need for digital skills, especially when we look at skills needed for labor and for these children being very soon part of the labor force. She also highlighted that, again, as I said earlier, children are not a homogeneous group, and we see especially the gender divide quite pronounced when we talk about the opportunities for skilling for children. She noted that male children are about 30% more likely to receive digital skills training than female children. She also talked about children in disadvantaged groups, in particular refugees and children needing to travel across borders or travel across areas to receive types of training, and many of times their skills or the certificates of their skills are incompatible, or their diplomas or their skills records are being lost. So she noted UNICEF's Learning Passport for transferable skills that currently is live, a project that is live in 27 countries to help children from disadvantaged groups. So this just a couple of learnings that I managed to jot down really quickly and share with you to bring into the conversation and for possible questions or reflections later. And now on this idea that children are not a homogeneous group and that there are differences, especially related to gender and background, I'd like to invite my new friend, Toko Mia, to share with you a couple of learnings from a project that she is leading with Girl Hype here in the African continent.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Toko Zilemia. I am a gender ICT digital activist and have been involved in the interdisciplinary space of furthering coding education for girls specifically and technology education for girls specifically for just going on 10 years. And I'm really excited just to be able to share some of the insights in the time that I've been with an organization called Girl Hype, which is rebranded in 2022 to be African Girls Code. So we'll work on Girl Hype African Girls Code for the foreseeable future. And Girl Hype is based in Cape Town, South Africa, Johannesburg, Bloemfontein, and areas of Durban, where we are empowering and enabling girls to enter into the ICT, STEM, and other maths and science related industries. The reason for this is obviously we see that there's a disparity. In South Africa, there's 23.6% of women in ICT careers, which is really bad when we look at the fact that those are the highest paying jobs. If we look at International Women's Day for 2022, their theme there was breaking the bias, and we've certainly been working towards breaking the bias in mentality, but also in implementation. And it's actually, for us, really important to note the difference in the way girls are educated and note how we can create the challenges, how we can bridge the challenges to that education, and how these girls are able to enter into tech careers and ICT skills going into the future. So specifically in South Africa, we, well actually globally in 2023, we're going to be celebrating the change in a lot. It's I think it says here the Commonwealth will be celebrating 20 years, and a lot has happened for the past 2 decades. No. So Girl Hype will be celebrating 20 years in 2023, right? And a lot has happened in that time. And it's just been an exciting period, actually. But so Girl Hype was started by a woman named Baratang. Yeah, and at the time, the world was vastly different, and technology hadn't developed in Africa. That what we're looking at in terms of technology now, and what we define as development at its very, very beginning, highly impractical, highly unmobile, and wasn't penetrative at an where we at cross-platform, multi-device, agnostic. Our social circumstances and looking at it that's future, less physical health, have to that we feel now for the Africa. So how we're doing this is intervention, learning into whether they are on the ground at a policy, and a lot of our work is partner with private sector, society, run a number of programs. Our campus partnered with campus Cape Town, and work that we has all over the work that we're doing. Sorry, I'm so has taught well over 1 million code, and what we've noticed in the time that we've creating this education is that when you do how to code, and I'll speak from my personal experience as an ICT facilitator, when you do how to code, the chance of that then taking on an ICT STEM science at university ranges from 0. So at Go Hype, we have with our internalized students from the age of 100 ICT at university. So we talk about from areas in South Africa and where opportunities are really slim. The community are riddled with gangsterism, drugs, and other societal challenges. And so the work that we do is see that able to bridge these gaps, bridge the gap from social context, educative context, effect in economic employment, jobs, and change. Whether it's to make the safer, healthier, more accessible, actually encourage greater parity, nation transformation, cooperation, and collaboration. Looking at actually just working together as opposed to independent. A lot of the work that we fosters on these grounds and start with partners, global, that are aligned with the citizens, what we're looking at right now. Go Hype is actually a partner with the and the UN project that was launched IGF 2020, which is policy, which a large part of that is knowledge around policy and spaces. IGF sector still fairly new and participate. So we are highly multi, but at the core of our work, the fact that girls and women have an opportunity, have a right to spaces, but on their rights, if there aren't programs and implemented projects and people, that the policy is written, that the program, that the initiatives are funded, and that there is evaluation and get the feedback that we're not going to transformation want and our goal. And
Thank you very much. I'm told Mike works better than mine. Able to. I will continue. I apologize. Have about 50 in our session. I wanted to the audience many wonderful speakers from all areas of the world and stakeholders highlighting what they that in designing responsible tech devices and services online that's influencing the understanding of this and shaping responsive that running partnerships and projects that come to the aid of the overstretched educational sector, be that inspiring partnerships with families and schools or communities in general. So there's a lot already very rich ideas from this panel, but I would love to hear from the audience if you have questions or projects that you yourself would want to share to complement that conversation. And in the meantime, I'm going to ask my panelists to think of a tweet they would want to send from this session, and please don't make it technology is bad, we can't hear anything, but something that is your clear takeaway, one sentence takeaway from our conversations. So anybody in the room that would like to share anything? Or online, please, of course, you can put your hand up and ask your question. Edmund, please.
Hello, Edmund Chung here. I don't know whether the online folks can hear me, but thank you so much for the presentations. Actually, very interested in many of the topics, especially how to create platforms that protect children and while they grow freely and be able to nurture them. The question I wanted to ask is we from .Asia, we're actually supporting a new top-level domain .kids, which is just launching out. We are working very closely with different parties to try to maintain the platform in the way that I guess both Amazon and OECD presentation and Chico's mentioned. What are some of the things that I guess my question really is, what are some of the things that are effective in maintaining kind of a protective environment while also allowing kids to explore themselves more freely? That's really something that we are grappling with as we develop .kids, and would like to, I guess, hear from you. And in fact, this is also an open invitation for all of you to help us. We are organizing as a non-profit, and would like to get your advice and support generally anyway as well.
Thank you, Edmund. Would anybody from the panel wish to take that question or respond?
Sure, if I may, just to jump in.
Go ahead, and I also see Simon wants to jump in, so I'll turn to him afterwards.
Just one note from our side, in the 21st Century Children Project in the OECD, we're thinking about one of our strands of work is reimagining a child-centered future. And this is really thinking about how can we create spaces for children with children. So I think incorporating the voices of children, thinking about children as their own stakeholder group in creating platforms with them rather than for them is essential, because I don't know about many of you, but it looks like most of us are much older than children these days. So we can't imagine necessarily all the different platforms they're using. It's really hard to keep up, especially those of us working in schools and policy, maybe less so for people developing the apps and the technologies. But I think really asking children, what do they need out of a system? What do they need out of a platform? What do they want? And really listening to them as a stakeholder group and incorporating their voices into developing any kind of program or platform. I think that's key.
Yeah, I agree with Francesca. I took some notes. First of all, to design project or offer project with a children right perspective, and develop child-centered products based on their interest, and products that encourage play, exploration, active use. Another point is avoiding the data collection and monetization of this data, of course. And next is recognizing the diversity of children from different contexts, culture, languages, way of thinking, promoting the representation of all kind of groups like girls, indigenous, children from rural areas. They have to see themselves represented on the internet, and this will allow breaking the cycle of exclusion.
I agree with both previous interventions. I would only add that building such an environment also requires a great deal of policy and operational expertise, and the ability to act in an agile way to respond to new and developing threats, but also merely changes in the environment, both from within, new behaviors that might emerge that might be harmful, and from without in terms of bad actors.
Thank you very much. Edmund, do you want to respond?
Yeah, just quickly, thank you so much for the thoughts and feedback. And actually, I did ask my 8 and 10-year-old, so what should I do? And their response was, they thought about it, no, nothing. And then they come back and say, less ads. But in a more serious note, I think that's very important. We actually do work with children-led groups in Europe and in Hong Kong, Kidstream, and some of the children's councils, and their input into some of the policies were part of what we do as well. But thank you for the feedback.
Thank you, everyone. I don't see any hands online for further questions, but there's one in the room. Yes, please, and then I'll turn to the panelists. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It's been very interesting listening to everyone, especially Toko, who was very eloquent in her presentation. So I am a digital skills learning provider. My question is to Francisca for education and skills. What are your thoughts about how to provide digital skills in a low internet area without digital labs?
This is a really good question, and I think it's a tough one. But I think when we think about digital skills, so I think there are certain skills such as operational skills that really require access, unfortunately. But when we look at a number of other digital skills, so in the chart that I showed, when we asked what kind of digital skills are taught at different levels of education, a lot of those are also 21st century skills. They're offline skills, things like creativity, things like critical thinking, being able to understand the intent behind something. So the spam email example from the PISA chart, I think that these are skills that can be taught in analog ways. And it's really thinking about what are the transversal skills that children need to stay safe when they do have access to a digital tool. So for example, thinking about children as actors in their own digital context. So thinking about the conduct risks, for example, how can we teach children how to behave in a way that is thoughtful of others, where they're not bullying others, because, for example, for cyberbullying, we know that the biggest correlation in cyberbullying is traditional bullying. So how can we get children to think about the ways in which they engage with others that will also translate into the digital environment? So I think thinking about, the operational skills, that's quite difficult. I'm not sure how we do that necessarily. Maybe the other panelists have an idea, but really the transversal skills, the critical thinking, the creativity, the social skills, staying safe, I think that those are all things that can be incorporated into a more traditional curriculum without the use of digital devices. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you very much, Francesca. Unfortunately, we are running out of time, and there might be another session after us, so we'll have to finish on time. But we have about 2 minutes, so I hope that my panelists have thought about their one sentence or still 140 characters takeaway. Maybe it will be longer later. But please share with us your main takeaways from this panel. I'm going to go backwards from the order that we spoke of. So I'll turn to Yumi Toko first.
Thank you for the floor and thank you for the question. Also, congratulations to the .Asia on their kids platform. That's really quite progressive of you, and it's so required. There are a number of the social houses as well, social media and other platforms, which have separate kids platforms. Netflix and YouTube have separate kid lock platforms. So perhaps you could also look at private sector to see how you could partner and collaborate with them in actually creating safe child spaces online. And just in closing, my last few words, those were not it, my last few words, I think definitely in this process we have to maintain an air of universality and just understanding that we're not looking to regender or remarginalize or create further entrenchment of past principles in the next generations, but actually working towards a more open and progressive society. And in that process, we have to look at how can we create these spaces so that not only the platforms, but the content, the regulation and parental controls within these spaces are indicative and representative to the people, the next generation, the future population that we want to see reflected.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Toko. Francesca.
Perhaps this is a bit cliche, but my tweet would be that it takes a village to keep children safe and included, and we need to think about children as stakeholders in this village.
Thank you. Mariela.
Yes, I usually say that we are living in a paradox of childhood in the connected society. Part of children are hyper-connected, and we have to give them opportunities to make a better and meaningful use of digital media. And a lot of children are under-connected, and we have to give them the possibility to learn and create with technology, even without connectivity and with basic or very poor technology and devices, and we can do it.
Thank you so much, Mariela. Simon?
Yeah, I would say to create good environments for children, we must not only protect them, but empower them with a wide range of skills.
Thank you very much. I hope we can share these messages. We will be sharing them through the IGF channels, but I do hope that we can collaborate in the future and bringing these more vocally out there. I think it was a very rich session, a very enriching conversation, and I personally learned a lot from all of you. So if I can encourage one thing is, I think I heard the word linkages, partnerships throughout the conversation, not only partnerships between the stakeholders who are designing or deploying these products or services or projects, but also, as Francesca said, everybody in the village, the families, the educators, the children themselves, and then a very important thing as well, not to lose focus that the digital world, it doesn't exist in a vacuum. It is a true replication of our physical world. Perhaps a bit of a hard pill to swallow to see us confronted with the issues that we are maybe don't see every day in the daily world, because our daily lives are not as broad as our digital lives. But those issues that we have to solve for digital world are inherently physical issues, and we need to make sure that we have that linkage with that, and we think about that when we think about connecting children online, and how do we translate our worlds and make them work better, and not repeat the world's issues and disparities for the next generation. So I leave you with that, and I leave you with huge thanks to my panelists, both here in the room and online, and apologies again for the technical difficulties. My compliments to you for braving through it, and let's make sure the next session at the next IGF is going to be smoother. Thank you, everyone. And thank you to my team.
Recording in progress.
Check, 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 check.
Hello, good afternoon. Both for those online and in person, we're just having a few more minutes to prepare everything and have more people online with us. Thank you.
Is this working? Hello?
Yeah, just press it.
Hello? Hi, welcome everyone. We are still waiting on one panelist. He might join us later on, but I think we're just gonna start our panel for the time's sake, since we have 1 hour. So, hi, welcome everyone to our panel Beyond the Opacity Excuse, Transparency and Communities. My name is Marielle Sousa. I am a policy advisor at iRights Lab, a think tank for the digital world. We are located in Berlin, Germany, and I'm here with my colleague José.
Hello, everyone. Hello, you listen to me? I think so. Okay, yeah. Really nice to meet you. There's a quote that wasn't mine here. My name is José Renato. I am a co-founder of the Laboratory of Public Policy and Internet, LAPIN, which is a Brazilian think tank based in Brasilia, the capital. And yes, we're doing this panel together. And I'm also a German Chancellor Fellowship conducting research at the iRights Lab. So it is a pleasure to be with you all here. Well, this conversation that we're gonna have, and we expect really that it is a conversation indeed, and not something that's super formal and tied in its strict format, but that you all engage with us and like share your views. But it came after the perception of us that every time that we talked about AI transparency, algorithmic transparency, machine learning transparency, we ended up like being too much superficial, and we realized that maybe this is the time for us to really think of things that are more concrete, to make, especially to make affected communities understand better the systems with which they are engaging and that are affecting them to a large extent, and also to empower them to understand how to question their outcomes and, yeah, really have more strength when dealing with them. So some of the questions that we may aim to address is, well, what is really the importance of transparency? To what degree can be a solution, or is it just part of the solution, or should we think differently? And in this sense, like, understand how should these communities be informed, what information is necessary for that, and would that be dependent on the technology, on the kind of system or not? So maybe these are questions, issues that we might leave the room here, if not exactly with concrete answers for that, but at least some degree of more information, more mature debate in that area. And well, I think Mayel can talk a little bit about how the panel would be, how would be the methodology, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, so we have 1 hour today to discuss all of these questions, and we're very happy, Abiba, that you are joining us in person. You're from Ethiopia and from the UK. We have with us in England and Ireland. We have with us 2 online panelists at the moment. Zhenxia Su from Taiwan and the Netherlands. Hi, nice that you're here with us. Nina De Ora from Brazil, and we are still waiting on Pratik Sibal from India and France, who I hope will join us later on in the session. So all of our panelists will now give us insights into their work, into the specific communities that they are working with that are affected by AI transparency. And we want this panel to be designed in an open way. We want to invite everyone to share their perspectives and comments, so please feel free to raise your hand and ask your question. And also the panelists, feel free to also comment on each other and engage in a discussion with each other. We're really interested in what you have to say and comment on each other's points of views. So let me start with introducing our panelists more in detail. Abeba Bihani. You are a cognitive scientist. You do interdisciplinary research on human behavior, social systems, and responsible and ethical artificial intelligence. Your interdisciplinary research explores various broad themes in embodied cognitive science, machine learning, complexity science, and theory of decoloniality. And your work includes audits of computational models in large-scale data sets. You are a senior fellow in Trustworthy AI at Mozilla Foundation and an adjunct assistant professor at the School of Computer Science, University of Dublin. Also with us today is Zhenxia Su. You are assistant professor at the Multi-X group at the Informatics Institute, University of Amsterdam. You focus on studying how technology can support citizens' participation, public engagement, citizen science, and community empowerment. And also in your PhD in robotics, you conducted research on how technology can empower local communities that are tackling the issue of air pollution.
Wow, now my turn. I would like to start with Patrick Sebao, which unfortunately is not here yet, but we expect him to join soon. He's a program specialist at the Digital Innovation and Transformation section of the Communication and Information sector at UNESCO. And in this framework, he coordinates the sector's work on artificial intelligence and digital transformation. His work spans research, advocacy, policy advice, and capacity building for the governance of digital technologies. And well, last but not least, and with a specific pleasure for my part, introducing another Brazilian, Nina Daora, with whom I have already been so much in touch discussing policy in Brazil. She's a 27-year-old scientist in the making, as she's identified herself, and an anti-racist hacker. Nina holds a BA in computer science from PUC-Rio and researches justice and ethics in AI. She's also a columnist for MIT Technology Review Brazil and is part of the Security Advisory Board of TikTok Brazil and of the Transparency Board for the 2022 Brazilian elections created by the Supreme Electoral Court. And that, I can imagine that was a huge job for you, Nina, because the elections were quite challenging. She has recently joined the ThoughtWorks team as a domain specialist. Welcome all of you guys here. It's amazing to have you here. Thank you so much for accepting this invitation. Okay, Mahel, now it's with you to start the panel discussion with the first question. Thank you.
As we said before, where we talked before this panel started, we want to get a bit more into detail and discuss concrete, technical, practical takeaways today. And for this, we prepared some questions. We will start with some general questions right around your work, what type of AI you work with, what type of transparency and which type of communities you work with, to then later get a bit more into detail, into policy, and into practical implementations that we can derive from the discussion. So maybe Abeba, you want to start to please describe briefly what are you working with regarding AI? How is AI part of your work? Which communities are you working with? Maybe give us some insights.
Hi everyone. Thanks for being here. Thanks for coming along, even though this is the very last session. Thanks for everyone watching this online as well. So I do a lot of work. I have various projects, but I guess one of my projects that is close to AI is auditing. Auditing is something new, something that's emerging, especially over the last 5 years. It's a process of vetting, algorithmic systems or large-scale data sets. It's kind of assessing them, asking questions such as, are they representative? Are they accurate? Are they functional? Similar questions like that. So that general idea, that general process is called auditing. So as one of my projects, I do audits of both algorithmic systems and large-scale data sets. As to communities I work with, it's difficult to identify one community I work with because I don't really work with any community per se, but a lot of my work comes from the desire to bring about justice to various groups, whether it's within Europe, whether it's within Africa or Ethiopia or whatever. It comes from the desire to audit systems or to ask various questions from the perspective of communities that are most negatively impacted by systems. So it's not one community per se I work with, but I will say that I attempt to adopt the perspective of people at the margins. And I guess I'll leave it at that for now.
Perfect, thank you. Janshia, would you like to continue?
Yeah, hello. Can you hear my voice? Is that okay? All right, cool. I'm Yancha. My background is a combination of design and computer science. So I actually did my bachelor's in architecture design, and then I'm later interested in computer science. So later I come to the university, Carnegie Mellon University. I study interactive computing there. And later I got interested in the idea of how robotics technologies interact with people. During that time, I joined my lab, which is the Create Lab in Carnegie Mellon. My lab has a kind of close connections with local communities for a long time. And I just happened to work in the area it's about using technologies to empower people to provide evidences of air pollutions. Um, I met actually my supervisor in one of the courses. It's called Human Robot Interactions, and I was very interested in the idea about how to build systems and technologies around social issues because that's also pretty related to my background in architecture design. And so I began to work with communities at around 2014. So I go to community meetings to understand their requirements, their need of combating air pollutions. And the context is the city is in Pittsburgh. So the context is Pittsburgh has been suffering for air pollution for a long time. And this community specifically is about 80,000 people. There was a coke refinery that constantly producing industrial emissions that affect these communities. So the communities, they want to kind of collect evidences to advocate for better, to improving air qualities and probably lead to attitude changes in regulators, lead to policy changes. That's what they want. So we work together with them, setting up cameras and sensors, and then we set up an entire network and infrastructures there. Then we help them work together, co-design in building a system that allows and enables people to tell stories of air pollutions. And eventually, they presented in a town hall meeting with the local regulators and the local governments to actually change their attitude. So this is one example of my previous work. And in general, I work on using technology to solve problems and empower local people.
Thank you very much. And our last panelist is Nina. I can't see you at the moment, but maybe I can hear you.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Good morning or good afternoon there. I don't know. Here is good morning, Brazil. It's a pleasure for me share with you some insights about this in this panel. And personally, I needed to share. It's a pleasure to be here with Abeba because it's one of the reference for me in this area in this debate. So when I started to study ethics in AI, colonization of algorithms, Abeba was one of the first people that I read the articles and that I follow the insights. So thanks for inviting me for this panel. I'm a computer scientist, so my background is algorithm and AI. I started in AI era criticizing the projects that I was participating in 2018. I was in a robotics startup here in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. I was the a developer in the team about voice recognition and image process. So I started to study computer vision and the other tools in the AI. But in my first project in this startup, I had many problems with voice recognition in trans people and uh, facial analysis in Black people. So I reported it to startup these problems, and the people doesn't have idea how this how this solution was possible. And for me was very complicated because my colleagues doesn't see recognition these problems with the main mind. I don't know how I explain this, but the major of the people was a white and a black white man in my team, And when I reported these problems, I don't have the I don't have the don't, didn't have the initiative to solution this before the tools in the society in Brazil. So I decided to go out to this startup, and I started to study ethics in AI and the problems in computer vision. My last research was about how facial recognition impacts Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, Bahia, some states from here, and how facial recognition is totally negative to Black people community. So I'm using my computer science background and my background in Black movements here in Brazil to start this some initiatives to discuss with civil society and government how to mitigate this problem here and in this possible in the world. But so the context in Brazil is very complicated now. We are in a problematic government. So uh, like José said, I'm trying to help here in Brazil to construct or reconstruct a democratic society. So I'm using AI and data science and many others backgrounds in social science to to connect more the civil society in this discussion here. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And well, if we could move forward, maybe now and go into a little bit more of the role of transparency in all of the works that you guys are doing, and which are very different between each other, of course. And maybe I would like to start with Yencha, and please tell me if I'm mispronouncing your name, my friend. So yeah, I would like to hear from you, like, within your project, like you said, you worked with, closely to communities in designing solutions to air pollution, and I wonder if transparency was a part of this process as a whole. If if you saw it as an effective tool to, I don't know, eventual pitfalls that could come from this system, or that maybe you could see in other systems that you may have worked with, or that you, I don't know, hear about, study about. And if so, like, what was the role of transparency? How did you design it, or how you think it should be designed and put into practice? Thank you.
Yeah, my name pronunciation is correct. Thanks. So,
great.
The AI transparency part. Actually, when I was developing the tools with people, well, maybe I should explain the AI part first. The part that I was doing is actually using automatic computer vision algorithms to help communities spot industrial pollutions from the cameras, because we have cameras monitoring the facilities that emit emissions, and these are like black plumes or brown plumes or sometimes bluish plumes, and then we actually use the algorithm. But there's one challenge that we face is we need to allow people to use it in some way so that they can create video clips and then they can present that to the government and to the public. So what we use as an approach is we co-design the entire system with local people. So we put everyone in the loop. So on our table, we have the core community people around, like they have monthly meetings, and each meeting is around like 20 to 30 people. And we regularly go to the meetings and talk to them to design the systems. And we tell them actually there is a way that we can automate this process, because they used to look at the videos and then they kind of take screenshots by themselves, and we just tell them, oh, actually now there's ways that we can automate something like this. Um, but the underlying model, I just tell them this is some kind of magic thing that runs on the background that can kind of similar to what humans are doing in finding all these smokes, like based on the colors, based on its how it moves. So basically, that's how I describe that to citizens or people who don't really have machine learning knowledges. And then I showed them with this tool that you can produce a bunch of video clips that you can make use of them, but they are not perfect because they are going to make some mistakes. So we have some user interfaces that people can just manually, they can look at all the output from the AI model and they can pick the one that they want. And then they later take that and then they present that in town hall meetings or send in emails with other people. So in terms of transparency, I think transparency will be different in every context and also in every different applications. In my specific context and applications, um, I didn't push it like intentionally a lot, but instead I try to keep people in the loop so that they know what's happening, like what is the input of this AI model, like the input is the monitoring camera videos, and what's the output of the model. It's like a bunch of clips that people can use to do something. So to me, it's I explain it by myself, but the AI by itself or the AI model is not really transparent. Um, so that is actually a hard question about how to design it. I mean, I know some applications you probably need AI transparent to be to you probably need an AI model to be very transparent. But usually in my cases, the communities they see the AI model as a tool that can create and generate some kind of outcome that can help them achieve something or prove their internal hypothesis. So in this case, I try to make the entire system useful to them, and but not to really advocate for having the AI model be understandable by people. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Incha. Maybe now, Nina, if you would like to share some thoughts. Well, you have said, and I know that you worked a lot with face recognition in Brazil, which have so many issues, as in everywhere in the world. But you also studied in other projects. So, like, what would you think, like, would be the, like, how would be ideally transparency? What to what degree is it helpful? What are your thoughts on that?
Okay. The transparency to for the transparency for facial recognition for me is difficult to think because I really think that these technologies is very problematic to introduce in society. Here in Brazil, we have many problems with surveillance from the government, from the policy. I think policy in English is the same idea in Portuguese. But in the other technologies in AI, I think the first thing is about how to explain the transparency to civil society, because we have the idea that we have many ideas about transparency. We participate. We are very intimate with this discussion about transparency in AI, transparency in data, but the civil society doesn't understand the these ideas from transparency. So for me, it's important to explain more about transparency and explain more how to divide the levels in transparency, because there are many levels in transparency. Transparency in AI models, um, transparency for data privacy, transparency in the public algorithms from the companies. And the second thing is about how the companies understand transparency. because the transparency is not connected with the APIs or technology documents or only algorithms, how to explain algorithms. I think in the companies needs to responsible and the regulation that I participated in this moment in Brazil have some ideas to introduce the companies in this regulation. So regulation AI, for example, is not a regulation in the tools of the AI. The regulation is in the how the company use tools in AI to surveillance civil society here. So I think we need to divide more the levels in about transparency because it's not have only one idea about transparency. Have many other ideas and have a civil society that needs to participate in this debate. So I have a hacker mind. I don't believe the regulation from only from government. I think the civil society needs to participate more. And civil society that I say is not more researchers, is not more computer scientists. It's about my mom, it's about my grandmother, it's about the favelas, the black movements, the indigenous movements needs to participate more about this debate because these people understand how the transparency can be a problem if you not have the correct incidents.
Great, thanks, Nina. And well, a bunch of questions came to my head after you talked that. I'm really hoping that I'm sharing this with other people. Well, Abeba, you mentioned that you're thinking of many communities at the same time, right? But your work also relate a lot to the colonial AI and so on and so forth. And I wonder if you have thoughts on how would transparency, if it would, be different to the population in general of a country in the so-called global north, and how would it be in a post-colonial country, somewhere from the majority world, as people are also calling it? Would you have thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I'll just add to Yinsha and Nina's point. And I'll complicate the understanding of transparency a little bit rather than clearing things up because unfortunately it is a bit messy. So on the one hand, transparency is good. It's something we all should aspire for. But as Yinsha specifically mentioned, transparency is not always possible, especially when you are working with machine learning models, because you just don't know. The people, the engineers who themselves who are designing these systems just don't know, why certain data are clustered, why certain decisions are made, why, algorithmic systems give us certain outputs. We just don't know because these systems are black box by nature. Not all of them, but some of them. And there is a great movement for, transparency, transparent AI, explainable AI, open sourcing. These are all related. And to some extent, these are all good. These are good movements. And to put it in context, for example, I work with datasets to kind of explain this from the point of view of datasets. I work with image datasets. Take a look at some of the major large-scale datasets. By the way, large-scale datasets are the backbone of AI systems. We've had, various AI methods and techniques since the 1970s, the 1960s, and 80s. It's only the emergence of large-scale datasets over the last 10, 15 years that has made AI very fashionable, very in vogue, because over the last 15 years we've had the internet where we can gather huge volumes of data sets. So data sets really are critical for AI systems. And so if we think of transparency and explainability and open sourcing in terms of large-scale data sets, on the one hand, we can audit them, we can scrutinize them, we can vet them if they are open sourced, and if there is some kind of transparency around them. And if you look at some of the major data sets that are used for state-of-the-art, vision systems, language models, take data sets used by Google to build gigantic large-scale models, take data sets used, for example, by OpenAI, despite the name OpenAI, both the data sets and the algorithms and the weights and so on are not open sourced. So on the one hand, these systems really impact huge population, large numbers of people, but because they are not open sourced and because there is no transparency by design, it's difficult for external auditors to scrutinize them. So coming from that point of view, transparency is good and open sourcing is good. But again, to muddy the water again, and to get back to your second question about impacted communities, even if we can, make algorithmic systems transparent, even if we can know the kind of steps that are taken to make certain decisions, even if we can make AI systems explainable, that does not necessarily mean, that does not necessarily lead to just systems. Explainability and transparency and open sourcing do not necessarily entail that you are pushing for just systems. And I work in the audit space. Sometimes you can read so many academic papers on explainability and transparency, where people just here we looked at this system, we assessed this system, here's the results, that's it. There is no accountability, there is no next step, there is no how does this impact, what does this mean for algorithmic systems, what does this mean for decision making, what does this mean for impacted communities. So yeah, I'm just muddying the water and kind of trying to show both the ups and the positives and the limitations of transparency and explainability and open sourcing.
Thank you so much, Abeba. Very interesting. Actually, our third question was about challenges. We're getting into this already a little bit, but before we dig into it a bit deeper, we wanted to open the panel and ask you about, do you have any questions? Do you have any experience you would like to share? Some comments that you have on the input that was given up until now? Moritz.
Yeah, I have a question actually. I don't work in the area of AI, and I mean, I feel that Nina presented a very tangible problem, namely that face recognition is optimized towards white faces, and that it doesn't work for people who are not white. And I was wondering, how exactly does transparency contribute to solving that problem? And which other conditions need to be in place? What do we do if we have biased data sets? I mean, if someone could just explain how exactly each steps would look like from having a flawed system that leads to a bad outcome, and how does transparency improve on that?
Maybe I'll let Nina take this on, because she talked about transparency. I mean, facial recognition system, sorry.
May I just add a little bit of spice in this question. Um, in case we think that transparency is not the answer, or at least that it's not enough, and you guys have already thoughts about what can be added upon that, please feel free to do so as well. Thank you. Just a little bit of spice and confusion to the question. Nina, please.
Okay, yeah. If I understood the question, I think transparency in facial recognition is difficult. I have some example here in Brazil, in two steps. The first step that I said about not to recognize black black faces, and the second step is when you recognize black faces, associate black faces with violence. So some friends, some black friends, have this problem. So we had two steps in this use. So I think the transparency with images from the others people includes some insights about how this is collected, how this images is processed, and how these images is used. So I think transparency needs to divide these three steps: collect process, and the use of these images before think in the technology. For me, facial recognition is totally this moment I think totally problematic. So sorry, I don't have positive insights about this technology in this use. So transparency to other technologies that use images like apps, like the security of your iPhone or your telephone, smartphone use the facial recognition, the analysis, the facial analysis. I think the first step is includes in the terms of privacy. Sorry, Jose, I don't believe in terms of privacy because it's difficult to read, but it's the tools that we have now. So in the terms of the privacy, don't have the explain about how use your images, how these companies will share, how these companies will share these images. So I think this step is important in transparency. And the other step about technologies that use images, videos, the others data is about explainable. I need more time to elaborate this argument. So I will finish because we need to to follow the panel. But in the finish, I will explain more about the second step.
Thanks, Nina. And just to make it clear, I don't trust in terms of privacy either. There's always one story after the other showing that we shouldn't trust them at all. And I also don't trust face recognition. Definitely not. Marielle, please.
Any other questions from the audience? You're more than welcome to participate with any comments, experiences, questions that you have. Otherwise, I would be really interested in how, in your research project in Pittsburgh, how you made the AI systems explainable. How did you interact with the community? Which feedback did you get? Maybe you can share a little bit more about this.
Um, when I'm hearing like Nina and sorry if I pronounce your name correctly, Abeba's the definition and some reflection about transparency, and I was like thinking about, what did I did for that? And I think the hardest challenge that I found is a lot of the transparency, all these practices for on the paper or exist today, they are for scientific work, and it's very hard to push transparency to the citizen side. Like for example, I was trying to explain what these models are doing to local people. But I can't really explain like how this model is done. Can I explain these regressions to them? Like many people don't have technical backgrounds, so it's very hard to do that, and I'm not really sure how to do it. So the approach that I take in Pittsburgh is just instead it's actually built on the trust between our lab and the communities. So it's probably not like the communities trust how the tool or the AI thing is doing. Like I also have another kind of tool, like I built a it's prediction system for smell. So we also have another project for collecting smell experiences from citizens. Then we can predict in the next few hours if there's going to be some bad pollutions happening in the local region. And I was also trying to tell them, oh, there's a kind of prediction models for that. Um, but it's not because they trust the model, and it's not because they think the model has no problem. I think the most important thing for that to work is because they trust us as the group of people who create model is able to make it right. Um, so I don't really have good answers for that, and it's complicated because I like for example, I could make the entire AI model explainable. I could well I mean I also make the entire code open source, but it doesn't really add probably a lot to the community's point of view. I mean, from the scientific work point of view, um, people know how the model is built, but probably it only allows people who know how to read the code to understand how it is built. And we also involve local people in curating the data set so they know the data. This is the data that they created because we have show them a bunch of emissions, video clips, and then we have a tutorial to teach people how to identify smoke emissions, and we involve local people in labeling all this data. So in some sense, they know that they are teaching the machines for how to recognize these emissions. Um, yeah, so I'm not really sure if if going further for yeah, I'm not sure how to actually make things transparent for local people. And to my point of view, it's more like if people are involved in the loop, if everyone can be on the table and know every stage of the process, then I feel like that's the way to go.
All right, thank you. Yeah, that's also a question that we are dealing with a lot. How can you make it explicable to affected communities? I think we are also very interested in hearing some practical experiences that all of you may have or may have not, or questions that you have. Abeba, maybe you have some experiences. Maybe you can share some of your insights in this question. How do you communicate AI systems?
Yeah, I guess I'll again speak to this question in relation to audits of AI systems or large-scale data sets, and as you know, as the other panelists have said, making these systems as transparent as possible may constitute part of the solution, but it definitely is not the solution. It definitely is not the whole solution. It definitely also should not be, you know, the end goal. Because as I said just a little bit earlier, that you can make, even if you can make some systems transparent, unless you recognize, you know, power asymmetries, unless you recognize the fact that the creation of these systems benefits some people while they disproportionately negatively impact other people. If we go back to facial recognition systems, as Nina was talking about, I agree with Nina's assertion that I would also struggle to find any positive use case for facial recognition systems. So any discussion of transparencies can be meaningless unless we acknowledge the fact that the creation of these systems, of course, they benefit the people that are, developing and deploying these systems. So they do benefit some people while they disproportionately negatively impact others. So kind of like doing some kind of explainability or transparency analysis and trying to kind of show to impacted stakeholders, this is how these decisions are made. This is why, we get this output because of this. As I said earlier, it's really difficult with especially, large systems. It's really difficult to know why certain decisions are made, why certain outputs are produced. Even if we can do that, if we cannot supplement it with some kind of accountability, with some kind of value assessment, value judgment, which is that which is what I keep repeating, which is that these systems centralize power. They give more power to people who already have power. So unless these kind of transparency and explainability efforts are supplemented by the efforts, for example, to move power from the most to the least impacted, kind of like outlining transparency and explainability is kind of meaningless. Again, putting it in context, it's better to have some kind of processes cleared or transparent, as opposed to locking data sets behind proprietary rights. So it's always in context. So yeah, just to put my answer in context.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we now know that it's very complicated to communicate and to implement transparency. But what about community-sourced transparency? How about, I think, Jose, you have a question about this.
Yeah, in your response, I was wondering, especially I also invite both the audience and the panelists to also try to think of other systems as well in this debate, because I am particularly interested on face recognition, and I'm always suspicious about that, in the sense that I end up always enjoying to discuss this issue. But I wonder whether we can go beyond this model, the transparency of the systems themselves, the models themselves, and reach the transparency of policies, be them made by the government or by companies, in a way that we approach transparency in a broader manner. I was having this thought while you guys were discussing this, because it feels to me that sometimes, and please help me in assessing this hypothesis. If we had maybe different procedural transparency mechanisms that relate to the procurement decisions when purchasing the systems, which leads to the capitalistic decisions that are made when designing systems, for instance, in social media, and is there a room for such an idea, that we see AI transparency as also a transparency related to the decisions that back the development, the choices of this that end up putting the systems to the public? I don't know. Would you like to? Was it too confusing? I don't know.
So I think you are talking about transparency at a higher level, like transparency about decision about the decision to build certain models, the decision to deploy it in certain communities. That level of higher level transparency as opposed to algorithmic transparency or model transparency. Yeah, so I think that definition or that framing of transparency is much more important than, say, making algorithmic systems transparent. Because let me speak with an example just to make it concrete. And I know everybody's tired and it's difficult to follow these things when they are abstract. So just so you all don't fall asleep. Yeah, so a colleague of mine, Esther Moema, has been working on undersea cables that are kind of laid around southern Africa. And she's been doing the research, and one of the biggest bottlenecks for her was, I guess you could think of it as lack of transparency in the process, and lack of information, lack of public information. So she had to do a lot of detective work to find out that these cables are being kind of put in place. And she had to do also a lot of digging, a lot of detective work to find out who is behind them. And there was absolutely no transparency about why these cables are being laid down and who is responsible for them, and what are like the financial agreements and what are the other socio-economical agreements between these big corporations. So these undersea cables are owned by Facebook and Amazon and Google, especially in Southern Africa. And they really say very little, and there is no community involvement. There is no, there is no community participation. So thinking of transparency from that point of view, from the point of view of like making these processes open and involving the community, that definition of transparency is really critical because. As I said, one of the big issues and the bottlenecks is just lack of access for open source or just information, public information. Yeah, I'm glad we're talking about a different kind of transparency as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's so necessary, and like just a quick anecdote, and don't want also to monopolize this, but like. I recently heard of the story of an engineer in Twitter in which there was a project like for them to share data held by Twitter to a telecommunications company. I can't remember if it was in the US or not. And like in the end, there was a huge discussion on Twitter. Like this engineer in specific, he was very much worried about ethics, about data privacy, and this project in specific, it was laid down. Like they got rid of it. But like I wonder like how many of these discussions, of these potential projects, of these decisions are being taken without us having any idea, and involving like so much corporate power, so much governmental power, and within this opacity, we getting so weak with regard to that. I don't know if Nina Yantia would like also to dive deeper, to jump in this question, but also would like to open out as well for everyone to share their experiences on this issue, as we are also, and gosh, time's flying, gosh, time's flying, guys. Just now I realized I'm a terrible moderator. Thank God I have Marielle here. But yeah, would someone from the audience want to jump in? I don't know, either talking about this theme specifically, or sharing other perspectives. Please feel free to do so.
Oh, yeah, Patricia. Yes, I have a question to Nina, because she was talking before that the civil society has to engage more. As I'm working with public authorities in Germany and also bringing ethical guidelines into practice, I was wondering, when we talk, as I'm from Germany, I work in Germany, and the question that we discussed here was how to make AI systems from the state accessible and transparent for the public. And as you and Deborah said, yeah, it's really important that the public servants who work with this AI system need to know how the AI system works. They need to have transparency and also be able to explain the systems to the public. And as you said, yeah, we need to make AI systems explainable to your grandmother or your mother, who are the persons or the groups that are able to explain these different AI systems to the civil society, because it's such a huge and heterogeneous group. Do you have, or can you share any insights on that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I will contextualize because when I participate in the election, I had the possibility to understand more how to connect civil society with a big demands in Brazil. So I will share some points about my experience in this case in the Brazil context. The first thing is about the government decisions. Here in Brazil, we have many problems, like Abeba said, in Africa continent. We have many problems with the relationship between big techs and the government. So some big techs like YouTube, Facebook, were involved in the in the in the in the debate with the government about regulations, about the misinformation, about how to connect more people in the Amazon region. So we have a problem that Facebook, Google, and I think some company from Elon Musk, introduce internet in the Amazon region, and we don't have the access about the data, about the documents in these decisions. So actually here in Brazil we have this situation about the internet, about the data, and about in AI. So the first thing that I participated in the 2020, we tried to ask about this data and about these documents in the on September 2020. We tried this in our center of research, and we didn't have access about these documents, about this decision between big techs in the Brazil government. And after this, we created some materials and mini campaigns among all regions of Brazil. So I'm working with the communitarians. No, this word doesn't exist. Sorry. I worked with some people from some regions in Brazil, like the leader of indigenous people in Amazon region. I worked with the leader Black movement in Belém. It's a state from the Amazon region. I started producing materials and campaigns offline with these communities to introduce these communities in the debate, because I'm from Rio de Janeiro. Is other states, is other context in Brazil. We do not have how to we don't have how to create some things without these people. So I created this point. I participate 2 years doing this, and in this year, we started some campaigns against facial recognition and against misinformation on WhatsApp. To I think this is important to create communication offline, because we are very, very, very online all day. But these people in Brazil, indigenous people, is some black movements, don't have access on the internet. So we needed to create a way to connect with these people offline, the first thing. The other things is created materials is a part of the education here in Brazil. Created materials, mini campaigns, mini workshops about these themes, introduce everyone in these themes. In this year, we got it to, how can I say, I will use some translator. I'm not using Google Translator because so, it's not possible for me. But like we elected some indigenous people and some black people for the government to create the public policies about these problems without big tech. So in Brazil, unfortunately, we are a label for Facebook, for Google, for YouTube. It's the same of the Google, WhatsApp. So there are some labels in Brazil to connect it and to create this colonization of the internet. So it's very hard, it's very difficult, but we created these models in offline life. So this is important. Offline life exists and we need to use it more because it's more protection, more security for these people.
Well, thanks, Nina. Thank you very much for your thoughts. Marielle, would you like to?
Yeah, it's already 7 past, so we, yeah, it's a bit longer than the agenda says that it is, but so I think we are gonna wrap up the session soon.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe each of the panelists could in a tweet, and I mean really a tweet, please. Okay, you guys need to stick to a tweet. What would you guys say about like what are the key takeaways that you take from this? What are the issues that we need to focus more? Okay, you guys really need to stick to the tweet. Abeba, would you like to start?
Yeah, sure. Transparency can be part of the solution, but it definitely is not all the solution.
Thank you.
I love tweets. Nina, please. No?
Only by people, thanks. Thanks, everyone. And I believe we need more indigenous people participating in this debate about transparency in AI. I think this is important. It's diversity, but it's important to make better decisions here in Brazil, specifically. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last panelist.
Yeah, I think the entire system need to be willing to open to the public, but not just the AI itself, and embrace community co-design.
Yeah, they're really good tweeters. Well, guys, thank you very much. It was outstanding to have you all here. Marielle, thank you for the partnership. Thank you, Abeba, Nina, Yencha. Have a really great rest of IGF, and it was great to meet you all. Thank you.
And thank you for coming to the last panel of the entire IGF, it feels like.
You guys are brave. You guys are brave. Thank you.
Oh yeah, and also we would like to keep up the discussion, so if you're interested in staying in contact with us, we would really appreciate you guys reaching out. We work at iRights Lab. It's a digital think tank in Berlin, and we would like to continue the discussion with all of you per email or Twitter. Just reach out to us. We're happy to engage further.
Yes, LAPIN the same, Laboratório de Políticas Públicas Internet, or the Laboratory of Public Policy and Internet. If you guys want to know more about what's going on in Brazil, reach out to us, reach out to Nina, and yeah, let's keep up this debate. Thank you.